Curtis tell me time. Breaking down the stories, every view will unwind. From left to right, we'll see the light. It's balance, we're chasing, no fighters fight. Curtis tell me, talking it straight. Let's hear both sides, let's communicate. Politics and reason, let's find the truth. Curtis tell me's here to bridge it for you. Debates, insights, it's all on the screen. Curtis tell me, keeping it keen. Hit subscribe, stay a while, let's dive in deep with Curtis Selby, the combos you need. The combos you need. Insights, it's on the screen. Curtis Selby, keeping it keen. Hit subscribe, stay a while, let's dive in deep with Curtis Selby, the convo's unique. Curtis Selby, talking it straight. Let's hear both sides, let's communicate. Politics and reason, let's find the truth. Curtis Selby's here to bridge it for you. Debates, insights, it's all on the screen. Curtis Selby, keeping it keen. Hit subscribe, stay a while, let's dive in deep with Curtis Selby, the combos you need. The combos you need. The combos you need.
Well, hail and well met. Let loose the dogs of war. Today we are here with Darkwoods Presents, and he is going to give his unique and I'm having a senior moment, but his unique and educated and personal experience with homelessness. It is I, your tired midnight blogger, what blogs in this case at 1:47 p.m. Howdy, Darkwoods. Please introduce yourself to the audience.
Okay. I'm can you hear me?
I can hear you. Let y'all in the chat let us know if our volume or sound is very good. So
Yeah. So I was homeless and basically until I was 24 and went to college, and then after that I was pretty much homeless whenever I was going to school, and whenever I got I worked all kinds of different jobs, and I felt like I was being, in the context of this conversation, I felt kind of pushed out in these low level jobs, by like companies like Labor Ready and Tyson and even McDonald's or Taco Bell, places that were staples for me to be able to make money before I got into college. And then after I went through college and I started doing these contracts, and I would because I'm an information systems architect, and that's one hat down from the general contractors that work on like large industrial or commercial or government contracts. That's just one hat down.
Right.
Um, and so I would only hire Americans, and a lot of times I would go because I had temporary jobs. You know,
Right.
I would go straight to homeless shelters. You know, I would place, divorced men at the top of the list to be able to get the jobs, and then college students, and I paid them like $24 an hour, back whenever in what was it, 2000, 2008, or 2010. I would place those at my top picks to work, you know. So I really, and those men, because if you're a woman, you didn't really, I had a problem because they were saying that I wasn't hiring women, but they didn't want to take out the garbage or clean the toilets or carry heavy things.
Mm,
They
gotcha.
I'm not saying I wouldn't hire a woman, but
Exactly.
they just, the policies like you can't wear a dress, you can't have, dangly earrings, you can't wear makeup, and you can't have fake nails.
Darkwood, so you couldn't hire me then. I'm just teasing.
you know but those are typical safety
Yeah,
standards.
exactly.
Whenever
Exactly.
you're moving equipment around, those are typical.
Right.
And I didn't need a secretary, I didn't need an assistant, I didn't need anybody that sat around in an office, because I did all of that myself.
Right. Right.
I didn't need any of that. And whenever I told the women these requirements, they didn't want to take the job.
I
you
understand.
know um and I wouldn't hire anyone. And if I was on a job site, and the company, like the major companies that I perhaps sometimes worked with, if they had illegal immigrants, I would just say that's unfair, and I wouldn't do the contract.
I understand.
There's several contracts where I got out of them because there were ethical clauses, that you don't see in the contract. They're like federal laws, and have been, they've been they're court decisions.
Right. So now I had not been aware because evidently I'm sleeping under a rock or something. But what I did not was not aware that you basically had that entrepreneurial past. What was there anything specific that inspired you to start that business, and what was your what was your business model, if you don't mind me asking you that?
Well, my business models were to look at requests for proposals, and not and to fulfill like those requirements. If they needed, some sort of network system, and they needed somebody to design it, that would be, something I could bid for.
Okay.
And
Okay.
it didn't always happen that way.
Okay.
That's not 100% of the market.
Right.
A lot of these companies in Las Vegas, whenever I was before I was too far along in college, I worked with, this guy. I won't name his name,
Okay.
but
Yeah.
um we were partners at a bet WS, and we started going around to these indoor, flea markets and helping people put their companies, on the internet.
Oh, that's amazing. That's great. Okay.
And we would work with them on their you know on helping them gain that foothold in on the internet. And this was back before there was a such thing as like eBay or Craigslist or anything like that. We
Okay.
and
So the early days of the internet, like early or mid
yeah, yeah.
90s. That's
They
fascinating.
the companies in Las Vegas started to notice that I was building server systems. And a company who I won't name that's in downtown Las Vegas, they noticed, and they had this problem, and they had kept paying network sysadmins to go in and to try to fix their problem. Which what they had was they had old systems, and they were in an appropriate room. It was temperature controlled and all that, but
Hmm.
it was just I think that they had to have these repaired, like something like 13 times.
Oh,
It
wow.
was, and it would shut down their casino. And
Okay.
they really didn't have the money, um you know to uh to 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 do very much. But
I
one
gotcha.
thing that I told them is that they're going to have to upgrade those machines and put in a proper, so I designed them to so that they could support that. um and it word spread. And my partner, who was basically, because he had made money because he had a retro clothing store in Greenwich Village, and he had sold that for like $1 million. So he had the money,
Hmm.
and he could schmooze, and he was going to the same vocational tech school that I was going to at
Okay.
the time. It's a company called Tech Skills.
Oh, okay.
And they we just meshed, because and like I understood the nature of our relationship
Okay.
is like I could go in, and whatever the customer wanted, um I could make it happen. I could visualize a project that would work for, and I would intuitively be able to cut costs for these people to give
That's
them
fantastic.
just what they needed. And it turned out that one of our highest um, paying customers was the Bellagio,
Hmm. Okay.
because we got a whole bunch of different companies because they heard what we did. And the casino went from making $30,000, and that's not much for a
That's
casino.
really not.
$30,000 a month, to making like millions.
That's
So
fantastic. That's more like it.
they just they just the word got around. So I really me would go into these companies and would work on their systems for cheaper than than all of these large corporations. Just a partnership, you know. And but going back to the original subject, whenever I would contract out for large corporate, businesses, commercial and industry that needed, server systems and dedicated network systems, um, I would, and this is industry standard. Okay,
Okay.
is that a lot of times I would be able to put into um, the project plan housing for these contractors.
Oh, wonderful. Okay. Because you were trying to help them with their homelessness. So makes sense.
Well, I mean, yeah. I mean, you don't have to have educated people to carry computers and tell them where to plug things in.
Right.
Any monkey can do
Oh, sorry. He said
that.
monkey. Hey, just let me take a second to welcome Jason Jones, who is a computer programmer extraordinaire and also a black belt in Aikido. Don't challenge him though, mainly because if he wins, then that's embarrassing, and if he loses, that's embarrassing. So but he's a great guy, wonderful human being. Helped me out in some very hard times. And also, I'd like to welcome Real Wade Nation Gaming Clips. Please check out his channel. He has some really fun gaming clips. Wonderful creator. Please check him out as well. So essentially, you started a business. You were helping people to get jobs. You were helping them to get shelter, and you were helping businesses both basically cut their costs and streamline. I mean, computer systems, work systems. What kind of systems do you help people in their businesses to streamline?
um, Well, I provide an all-inclusive sort of network thing that includes security, that includes
Mm.
accounting, that includes direct machine communication, that keeps running tabs on their money and their chip. Whenever you get chips at a casino,
Hmm.
those are all monitored in places. And I wouldn't do I mean, there are certain things that I just won't do. I'll
I
hire somebody
understand.
else to do it.
Yeah, makes
That's
sense.
programming, making, I've made one point of sale system and I'll never do it again.
I understand.
Right.
I
Um,
helped at my old employer.
and
Yes,
their
yes.
entire system is what I would do. And like especially if like let's use Google for an example. I've never worked for Google, but let's say, they wanted to put in, another campus somewhere.
Hmm.
They would have somebody like me be at the head of that project,
Okay.
and along with the physical construction of the building, I would go in and I would kind of partner up with the architect and integrate it into their building plan, and
Okay.
then I would supervise my part of that, you
Okay.
know
Okay.
and I can, I mean, it's not small money, but compared to like, because there was an international contract that I worked for, that was for um, Russia, and that they had some research stations in Siberia,
Mm.
and their problem is that they had satellite uplinks.
Hmm.
Now, if you know anything about that, those are horrendously slow.
Ah, gotcha. Gotcha.
So in those the tundra, you can't normally just put in, for the speed that they needed fiber optics.
I
And
understand.
so other companies were, you know, um, because there's this sneaky thing that I would do is
Oh,
I would look for, any evidence of the other bidders' work history. I
oh,
would I
okay.
would I would ask that I would basically ask their companies as an individual, what, you know, contracts have you taken and how much did you charge these proposals, which are public, by the way. They're not
Right.
like in some archive somewhere, but you have to ask the company for them. But then I would predict like what they were going to propose and how much money they were going to do it for. And then I would underbid them.
Right.
And I would figure out how to do it at a much less cost. So these research stations, um the big companies, they wanted $20 million for these concrete tunnels to
Okay.
go between each of these research stations and back into the interior of the country,
Okay.
to put fiber optics. And the point of that is to keep the fiber optics, which is glass,
Hmm.
at a stable temperature, so it would be able to continue to send information, because you know what happens with glass whenever it's in the cold.
It gets pretty brittle, doesn't it? Or
Right.
please
and
correct me.
and that can very decidedly and very quickly damage fiber optics.
Hmm.
Well, I used two different types of recycled materials that nobody can really get rid of,
Okay.
um, and packaged the fiber optics runs, with it, and that is, these cheap used antifreeze
Okay.
and
Okay.
polystyrene. And I ran, of course, you're going to run electricity with this as well. So I, you know, did this, so that the electricity would warm the conduit up enough so that it wouldn't, get fragile and break in between, transmissions.
Gotcha.
Like I went very far with it. You would have to have no electricity for 30 days to be able to
Wow.
break this.
That's
Yes, and I
incredible.
I tried to get a patent on that, and DuPont sued me, but they lost.
Oh,
They couldn't gouge me for money, but they also said that I couldn't patent it, which
wow.
may or may not be true. They have some intuitive things, but they didn't have anything like what I was doing. You
I
know,
know. I know. Tesla had tons of patents, but they just had ways of making sure he couldn't monetize his stuff. So anyway, sorry, didn't mean to derail you there.
all right. So the problem that I was running into whenever I wanted to get housing is that I had all this money, and their places would not rent to me.
Hmm. Okay.
One time I walked around here all over the Bay Area with 10 grand in my pocket, just waiting to get mugged.
Oh wow.
And I was going into these property managements and filling out the forms, paying $100, each time to be considered for housing. And then they were coming back to me and saying, you don't have a history of continued housing. we can't take you.
Hmm.
So basically, if you're homeless, they won't rent to you.
Yeah.
You know, you have to have continuous, you know, housing. They consider you, they, on that alone, they consider you not to be the type of resident that they want.
Yeah. Yeah.
You
It's
know,
it basically we our society gatekeeps. I don't mean to sound like a weird liberal or anything, but there's some truths to the liberal side. And one of them is that there is gatekeeping in societies. And, you know, we want to make sure that our kind of people are the successful ones.
and it's not a partisan issue.
No, it's really not.
You
It's
know,
both sides that
the
do it.
housing first strategy um, that's going on in the United States right now was actually started in Utah.
Really?
Yes, by Republicans. You know, and the liberals have taken it over since then.
Yeah.
You know, and that costs. You know, I'm gonna get to that. It's in my speech.
Okay.
You know,
Okay.
Because I basically analyzed, you know, how much we're spending on illegal aliens to house them in the United States versus what it costs actually to do the same for homeless people.
Okay.
And you know, if you want to, you know, and hi everybody in chat. um you know, if you want to say hi to people, then I'll go ahead and do the speech.
Oh, yeah, go ahead and do the speech. I think I've caught up with everybody. I'm just kind of tossing some links in there to help support channels and stuff. So, but you go ahead, do that speech. Let us know what the problem is and what the solution is and what your experience with that is.
Okay. The hypocrisy and the audacity
Hmm.
is I have lived the nightmare of homelessness. Let me tell
Okay.
you why the illegal immigrant spending is a slap in the face for homeless citizens.
Okay.
Even with $10,000 in my pocket, enough for first, last deposit in plenty of months, I found myself trapped in an impossible situation. Landlords would not rent to me because I had very little rental history. But how could I build a rental history when no one would rent to me? This cruel catch 22 keeps countless Americans on the streets, not because they lack resources or they don't have jobs or they're drug addicts, but because the system is designed to exclude them. I witnessed something that haunts me: a disabled man receiving Social Security benefits for his mental condition,
Hmm.
abandoned by his family who still collect his checks.
Oh my
He's,
God. Sorry.
he was out there dying from exposure outside of his brother-in-law's um, business, their little corner store in San Francisco,
Hmm.
because he can't consent to the help he needs. His family profits while he suffers. This is the America we've created.
Hmm.
You know, um, they were found guilty of fraud because they weren't using any of that money on him.
Well, good. But sucks that the situation happened. That's
Let
terrible.
me share some numbers that should outrage every tax-paying system.
Hmm.
Right now, 771,800 of our citizens sleep on the streets, while we're hosting 11 million illegal immigrants. In these sanctuary cities, the the hypocrisy is just unfathomable.
Yeah.
Let me address a harmful stereotype. Only 16% of homeless individuals report having a substance use disorder, or they're going on Medicare to get those services. The vast majority of homeless Americans are not struggling with addiction. Even the
Gotcha.
highest estimates show substance abuse affecting only 35 to 38% of the homeless population. In San Francisco alone, they maintain just 4,200 shelter beds, with 361 more in the pipeline. San Jose plans to add 784 beds between 2025 and early 26, but people are dying on our streets today.
Wow.
These same cities that claim they can't house our citizens have somehow found 150 billion for migrant housing, often paying double the market rate for luxury accommodations in hotels. California's spending tells the real story. They allocate 9.5 billion for undocumented immigrants' health care through Medi-Cal, while our homeless citizens receive just 3.4 billion in emergency care. Let me share some numbers.
Yeah.
As of January 2025, while 6.8 million homeless Americans are actively seeking work with an unemployment rate of 4%, our nation hosts 11 million unauthorized immigrants. That's 4.2 million more unauthorized workers than unemployed citizens.
Yeah.
This stark reality becomes even more troubling when you consider that unemployment numbers represent Americans actively seeking jobs,
Yes.
while the unauthorized immigrant count includes both working and non-working individuals. Hold on just a second. Let me take a breath.
No, you're fine. This is all very eye-opening. And while you're taking a breath, welcome Clue Studio. Recently been showing up in the chat. Welcome, welcome. I hope you are doing well. And he is essentially backing up your talk here. Clue Studio says, unless you can walk in and pay for the entire lease with cash, you have to audition for a place to live. And it sounds like you could pay for most of it, but probably not all of it.
If I had, back whenever I had 10 grand in my pocket, I was able to pay for several years worth of apartment rent.
Wow. And they still wouldn't give you.
They wouldn't do it.
That's crazy.
And is there anything else?
Let me read two more of his comments, and then I'm caught up with the chat. Clue Studio asked, do you know how they get around equal opportunity laws? It's that one line on the application. How did you find out about us? Which all they really want to know is if you're in our circle.
Well, there's a statistic, most homeless people and nowadays are white, or consider themselves white and mixed. White and mixed, like me. I'm mixed. And in 2021, 94% of new hires across the board were non-white.
Wow.
And
So
I'm not, that's not to say that we don't need accurate, what I call accurate representation
Yeah.
in the workplace.
No, we don't want to go
Because
back to the
we
old
should
days. Yeah.
we should be looking at the percentages of people and hiring according to those instead of excluding people.
Yeah, that's my whole problem with DEI. If they were doing it in the way of, I really wouldn't like this, but I would accept it. If, say, they were, this city's got 40% white and 30% black and 20, and your employees were roughly 40% white and roughly 30% black and so on.
Well,
I wouldn't pitch a fit.
the other thing is that DEI also discriminates on gender,
Yes.
and that's unfair, because they will fire someone to, if I mean, these policies go that in depth that they will fire a certain amount of their workforce if it goes over a certain percent. They will just do this if they're, white and male, and replace them.
Well, I know here in Oklahoma, I think it's not quite as bad, which I'm not meaning to argue with your point, but I do know that quite a few people, including myself, have been told, not where I'm at, not where I'm at currently, but in jobs that I've had in the past, that basically if you're a white man, you are not going to be advanced. You're
Oh,
just
they've
not.
told me that. They've
Yes.
told me before
Yes.
that they had enough, white males.
Yeah.
And
And that's where I have the problem with DEI. If basically all you're doing is substituting one oppressed class for another. And
to make
again,
another.
I don't want to go back to, we're not going to hire black people. I absolutely, that's not the answer. But
That's why I said accurate
yes,
representation.
yes,
These
yes,
people should be represented in companies,
yes,
according to what Americans are.
yeah,
These
exactly.
that's how it should be.
Yeah,
But they have cocked it up so bad that it is no longer, it's the exact opposite.
it's not
It's meant
serving to
to
help the people.
exclude
Exactly.
certain demographics of people.
That's the other side of it that I have an issue with. And I'm not meaning to take over your interview, but if it was to help people move up, that would be one thing. But when it's preventing people from moving up, that's just not cool. That's absolutely not cool.
Yeah.
And Clue Studio is saying, I'm glad DEI is going away, and I would like to welcome Moira Kitty, another
Hi,
wonderful
Kitty.
creator. Meow, meow. Welcome, welcome.
So I'm going to get back to this speech.
Yes, go for it.
The concentration of these immigrants, illegal, tells us an even more concerning story. Just 6 states, California, Texas, Florida, New York, New Jersey, and Illinois, account for 56% of all unauthorized immigrants. California alone hosts 1.9 million unauthorized immigrants in the same areas where our citizens face devastating employment and housing challenges. The education disparities are just as shocking. California offers illegal immigrants up to $12,630 for UC attendance, $9,084 for private colleges, $5,742 for Cal State, and $1,672 for community colleges. That's 63 $1.15 million of taxpayer money.
Right.
Let's talk about the cruel math of criminalization. It costs taxpayers $31,065 per year to criminalize one homeless person. Each arrest costs $104. Each day in jail, another $80. And a single day in a jail's mental health unit costs a staggering $548. Compare that to supportive housing at just $48 a day.
Hell, you could find a decent motel room. Well, at least in Oklahoma, you could find a pretty nice motel room for them at that cost. I mean, just saying. Wow.
Here's what infuriates me the most. For just 9.8 billion at 12,800 per person annually, we could house every single homeless individual in America. That's a fraction of what we're spending on so-called migrant housing.
Mm-hmm.
The demographics tell us the truth. 60.5% of homeless individuals are men, and 49% identify as white. These
Right.
are our citizens facing violence and discrimination daily. Studies show homeless individuals are more than twice as likely to become homicide victims
Mhm.
compared to those with stable housing.
Right.
For 20 years, this injustice has persisted. Instead of investing in healthcare, housing, employment, and education, our cities with the largest unhoused populations have focused on cruel and punitive measures. They've criminalized survival itself, confiscating vital survival equipment from people who dare to sleep on the streets. By
Yeah.
the way, it is legal to sleep on most sidewalks in the United States if you don't block the sidewalk.
Really? I did not know that, but they'll still
But
arrest you, won't they?
they ruthlessly go after people. I was part of a um, group in Santa Cruz which called homeless people to sleep on the sidewalk out in front of City Hall because they just had like now this is from memory.
I
It was
understand.
just 30. It was like 32 shelter beds that
Okay.
they had, and they had about 12,000 homeless people.
Holy shit.
For
Holy
20
shit.
years, this
What?
injustice has persisted. Anyway, the time has come to end this hypocrisy, to stop treating our citizens like criminals for trying to survive, and to start providing the support they desperately need. The numbers don't lie. We have the resources. What we need now is the will to act.
Yes, exactly. And Moira is backing up your point. Exactly, Darkwoods. We're listening, sir. We are listening. So, what?
That's the end of my speech.
There's so many questions I want to ask, and I'm not even sure which one to start with. I guess I'm going to start with a more generic one, not to be boring, but I'll get to the more exciting ones later because you've put a lot of work into this. I can tell. So I don't want to. I don't want to.
I write all the time and do research.
I need, and I need to get back to writing again. I really do. But when, I guess the way I want to put this is when you were running that business and you were providing jobs for the homeless, uh, beyond just simply not having a home, or maybe that is simply the definition. How did and how do you define homelessness?
If you don't have a steady place to sleep,
Gotcha.
like, and if you're staying at a friend's or a family member's house and you don't have your own housing, if you're staying at motels, you're still technically homeless because you don't have a regular place to sleep.
Yeah.
If you're staying in your car and going to State University or UC or something like that, you are homeless. That was a
Yes.
big thing that the UCs and stuff around here and state universities had to come to grips with. You know, um, I conducted several protests at City College of San Francisco, and one of them we spent overnight um, on campus with the campus's permission.
Permission. Correct.
And one of their requirements is that we slept indoors. And that's not a requirement I'm going to be mad at.
Oh
You
yeah, of course not.
Um,
No.
they said that because of insurance. They just
Yes.
couldn't let us just sleep outside on the sidewalk. It would be too cold.
Yes.
And we had a large showing there, and I made a document that some people in they got angry at,
Oh.
because I was literally taking this document and telling people, homeless people, how they could get into college, what exactly that they needed to do
That's fantastic.
in order
actually.
to get into because it's life changing.
It
Even if you
is.
just get a 2-year degree, that pulls you up.
Yes.
Because these jobs like labor ready, or fast food, or doing dishes, or doing construction labor, you aren't going to make enough to feed yourself and have housing. You're going to
Correct.
have to make a choice.
Yeah, and that's, let's face it, if the choice is a house or food, I'm afraid food has to trump it, because you can survive a lot longer without shelter
And
than you
that's what
can
I
without
was
food.
saying. Some of these police officers at San Jose State University were trying to tell me that what I needed to do with my money.
Yeah.
I didn't go to San Jose State University, but they have an enforcement against homeless people being on their campus,
Right.
which a state university is open to the public.
Well, it
The
does seem
campus, the campus. I'm not
exactly
saying the
not the
buildings or anything
classrooms or
like
the
that.
buildings. Yeah, yeah,
You know,
yeah. Correct.
but and at one point in time, they were complaining that homeless people were actually breaking into their recycling containers. And
Okay.
I retorted that for a case that they had, because they were giving people criminal trespasses for what they were calling breaking into these garbage cans.
Hmm.
And I was like, first of all, unless you have a lock on them, the judge is going to kick that right out, or should. That's something that if you don't want anybody to go into your garbage can, you have to lock it.
Yeah, and that's a
Because
sad reality, but
I mean,
yes.
it's the same way for police. Unless you have a lock on your garbage can, police officers can walk right up into your yard, and they can go through your garbage.
Yep. Yep.
And they want to be able to do that, but at the same time, they're arguing that homeless people should not be able to go and dig through the garbage.
Well, you got to understand, we should only allow things in such a way that it can oppress and deprive you of liberty. So that's the reasoning there. I'm being a
But
little bit sarcastic, but
if
hopefully,
if homeless people are going into garbage cans, what they are looking for are recyclables and
yes,
not just cans and bottles and things like that. There's a lot of things in garbage that are still reusable or you can sell,
yeah,
and that reduces our impact on the environment. They're
truth,
doing a necessary chore,
yes.
you
No,
know,
that's true.
and you know, as annoying as it is to wake up in the middle of the night and find somebody going through your garbage can, that's what they're doing, and there's nothing illegal about it. The
Yeah,
only thing that is illegal about that is if they, you know, go over some fence, if
yeah.
they get into a garbage can that is locked. And that's what I was saying. The San Jose State University was pissed at me because my writ that dictated all of this in plain English required that the judge rule against San Jose State University because there were no locks on any of this. And the
Wow.
campus is open to the public. So people were going in, popping the lids off of these garbage cans, which were locked in no manner, and just digging out the cans.
Yeah.
And then they were selling them. What the college was doing was giving them breaking and entering charges, which were
Mm,
later they were later
reversed.
dismissing that
Good.
and
Good.
just giving people trespass tickets, meaning that they could not go on the campus any longer. But you cannot trespass
On
on
public
a
property.
state university. You know, within reason, people were going out and mostly doing this during the day, and they were upset that people were seeing them digging through these recycle bins,
Hmm.
and that's what they were angry about because they didn't want that image, you know, being spread. Um,
Well,
and
maybe they
and
should do something to fix it.
that's why they were being harsh.
Yes. Yes. Well,
And so the 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 dean, the I forget what they call them, the head dean or whatever, you know, he actually called me and told me they were going to have to spend millions of dollars to put locks on these containers. And I was like, you should, if you didn't want that, that's what you should have done in the first place.
yeah. Or there should, I mean, you would think there's some kind of solution that doesn't involve
Criminalization.
criminalization. And let me say hello to some people in the chat if you don't mind. We've
Go
got
ahead.
Space Fraggle. Kaplaw. Glory to you and your house. You are so welcome here. And he is back. And we have Pleasant Valley Picker of Canada. Food trumps everything, not a political joke. Welcome to you. Space Fraggle says, face it, we got to live like the Mexicans do or the Japanese, multi-generational residences. And I do think that that's not a bad thought, I think. PvP, sadly homeless, sometimes sleep in garbage dumpsters. I've heard stories of folks dying when the garbage truck picked the garbage up and the person ended up compacted.
I want to speak to that.
Yes, sir.
You know, a large reason why homeless people sleep in garbage dumpsters is because where bacteria grows, it's warm,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
Veterans of foreign wars, you know this.
Yeah.
Because literally whenever you go off to war, they will have you sleeping on the ground most of the time whenever you're out in operations, and then you might sleep on a cot in a tent sometimes. Unless you're on barracks, unless you're in the rear with the gear, that's what you're going to do. And yes, but they now have the garbage, uh, the garbage workers, they have to check the dumpsters before they do that.
Yes.
Because they were finding out that they weren't checking the dumpsters, and or they were knowing that homeless people were in the dumpsters and then compacting them.
That's sick. That's just sick. I'm sorry. I hate that happens.
Anyway, you there's still two more comments.
Yes, we have PPP says we have separate recycling dumpsters here. I see bottle pickers in there often. They make a few dollars and provide a service. And he's agreeing with you. That's correct, Darkwoods. They are trying to stay warm. So,
And it should not be a crime for people to sleep. Because there's that is pressure is not going to help the situation. Threatening people with a ticket or jail time is not going to keep them from doing it again, because they're obviously lacking the resource of housing so that they can avoid that.
Yeah. Societies often go through this phase where, every society's got some stratification. It's not to say that is right, but everyone does. But it seems like some societies do better, but over time, nearly all of them actually seem to do worse about providing for those who do end up, I hate to put it this way, but on the bottom of the strata.
Well, going into what Pleasant Valley Picker is saying down there, probably he knows from experience that in Canada they don't have homeless people, and the reason why they don't is because they ensure as two things as part of their social services. Number one, they have housing. Number two, that they can get a job.
Yes.
The government intentionally opens jobs whenever they have more unemployable people. They create jobs.
Yes.
They try to keep their citizens off the street. And then once you've been working for a few months, you no longer need that government assistance.
Yes. I'm largely a capitalist, but I'm not a laissez-faire capitalist. And the whole reason I'm bringing this up, the right wing, they have a love affair with capitalism. And once you hit a certain level of self-subsistence, it quote unquote works. But if you do fall below that and you don't have some kind of a safety net, I think it's just wrong to just cast people aside without any hope of a recourse. So I do believe that you have to have a little bit of a mix. We don't want, and this, I'm not saying anything that I will let me know if I'm wrong, but I don't think I'm saying anything that you would disagree with. But we want a mostly capitalist society, but you do have to have some assistance, whether it's provided by government but somebody.
Well, it costs more not to do those
exactly
things. The cleanup, if you're living in the park with like 50 other people and tents and stuff, you're damaging that park.
Exactly.
At night you don't have a place to go to the bathroom. They won't pick up your trash.
Yeah.
I mean, and I literally mean they won't pick up your trash. And they will, the cities, whenever they have a large amount of trash near homeless encampments going into these small trash cans, in San Francisco and San Jose, they will simply just take out those trash cans.
Yes.
They will stop serving those places
Yeah.
and allow the garbage to build up.
Pile up. Yeah. I mean, everybody complains, look at that homeless place. It's so trashy. And don't get me wrong, there probably are instances of that. What did you say? 16? I wrote it down here, but that small percentage of people that have some kind of psychological issue or that have substance abuse issues. But we have to be very careful about labeling everybody that way. It's a damn shame. PvP is saying, I wish the government could just figure out real solutions to the homeless issue. Homelessness has increased under Trudeau. Actually, we do now have homelessness. Thank you, Trudeau.
Canada is definitely a dangerous place to be homeless in. I mean, and I don't mean because of violence. I simply mean from the cold.
Yeah. No, that's true.
He's saying they're drug addicted and mentally unbalanced that refuse to go to shelters. Now, I will say that first of all, mentally ill people do not have the capacity to make decisions for themselves.
Yeah, they really don't.
They don't. And here in America, since Ronald Reagan, mentally ill people must sign up for Social Security themselves. Nobody can do that for them. Also, that they can't get these services unless and a person like with paranoid schizophrenia, they're not going to want to be enclosed like that.
No.
So they're going to turn that down straight out.
Yeah.
And the thing about that is that it's really cold. And I don't mean like temperature rise. It's really cold to try to insist that those people make that decision for themselves because they legally cannot.
Yeah.
That's a contradiction in terms.
It's a catch-22 that they can never get out of, because you've got to do it yourself, but you're not able to do it yourself, but you got to do it yourself. But
for that demographic of people, they have to, work out a solution, whereas it's comfortable for them. And the ability to trust these homeless providers is very low.
Yeah.
Because I mean, look, I don't know if any of y'all know what's going on in LA right now. The LA has a homeless czar, and her husband is a homeless. He's the head of a homeless services thing, and they keep giving. Basically, it's a conflict of interest because she's just giving the millions of dollars that they're trying to get homeless people off the street and giving it to her husband.
Oh, fantastic. Well,
and then they are not raising the number of shelter beds. And this was the problem with Newsom, is
Mhm.
because he would take millions of dollars that were meant to go to homeless shelters and to improve homeless services, which whenever he was running in San Francisco at mayor or board of
Yeah.
supervisors, because they're a city and a county,
Right on.
that he was what came out as like this homeless advocate. And the one thing that he did was he made contracts with old motels that
Mhm.
are in town, and use their general assistants to and give them an apartment,
Okay.
and that's not bad in itself.
Right.
That's a little expensive and everything. And in fact, it's so expensive that they had to take away two people's general assistants to house one
Oh,
person.
wow. Talk about inefficient. And you've already discussed, and the numbers are just depressing that for all the money that we're throwing away to this stupid crap, we really could either fix or at least substantially improve the situation.
Well, they need another cabinet member for the president, a homeless czar,
You think
over the
so?
whole United States, because most of the money for homeless shelters and that is even comparable to the religious organizations.
Hmm.
Most of the money for homeless services comes from the federal government.
Yeah. Yeah. I've
you
heard
know
that.
and let me tell you about the Salvation Army. Now,
Oh.
they might not like that I'm saying this, but the IRS requires them to use 25% of their budget for actual services and building new centers for the homeless,
Really?
but 75% of that money goes to a very small group of people, because most of the people that work for the Salvation Army are not paid. Not and at least not paid by the Salvation Army. They are
Okay.
stipend, they're given grants from companies and things like that to give them some money, but they are not directly paid by the Salvation Army. There's literally less than 100 people or 200 people, sorry, in Salvation Army that get 75% of the Salvation Army's donations.
Oh man,
They
that's
are getting
crazy.
millions
I have heard
in
that their
money.
CEO makes a lot of money, and I'm to a point. I'm okay with the, I don't think they should live in poverty, and I get that we want competitive salaries, so they're run by a decent CEO. But
Those aren't competitive salaries. A competitive salary would be like less than 250,000 a
exactly,
year,
exactly,
you know. And if you, I mean, I can look it up right now if you want me to.
as you wish, if you
But
want
but
to.
but like I can show you like how much money that the Salvation Army gets in donations.
I'll tell you what.
Now,
If while you're looking that up, I'll get caught up in the chat.
go ahead.
We've got a banger chat coming around. PvP. They recently removed a homeless camp in Vancouver because of safety concerns. There's not enough services to help the mentally ill. I agree with that. Connie Cleary, hail and well met. Welcome, welcome, the faithful bird woman of YouTube. Sorry I'm late. I'm still at the pet shop. Been working on baby cockatiels. First time handling. PvP, government makes it worse. Our premier, Ebby, has made drugs legally available to addicts. And I don't know that we want to talk about it today, but that is a topic I want to talk about one of these days. How are they getting these illegal drugs? Who's making a profit off of that? I would like to know.
Well,
But
I'll
you can go
I
ahead and look up what you're looking. I mean, we don't.
well,
we don't
I've already got it.
Oh, he's got it. Hell, he's faster than me. Anyway, it's
Yeah.
disgusting what the government enables addiction. But go ahead go ahead and share it. And
Well, while the government concentrates funds to mentally ill people, they put more money towards drug rehabilitation than they do for anything else. Any homeless shelters, any job programs, anything like that. And the thing about that is because many people who are homeless will choose to go into these places, even though they don't have a drug addiction, because they also house you. And that's the
yeah,
majority of homeless services. That's like
wow.
80 some odd percent of homeless services in the United States.
So let me put that into perspective based off of the work that you've just given us. If it's true that only 16% of homeless have an addiction, but we're spending 80 some percent of the money on that issue, it's like backward of the way it ought to be.
Well, there's no transitional housing. There's very little affordable housing opportunities, because the last time that HUD built these project housing was back in like 1979 or somewhere
Oh,
around there.
holy
Don't
cow.
I'm going off of memory again. Don't trust it.
No, I
But
understand.
right around that time, that was the last of it. So they're not
Wow.
building more, housing, affordable housing.
So
And
essentially, Jimmy Carter's more helpful to the homeless than our government. I mean,
yeah,
I'm kind of exaggerating, but it almost sounds like that. Do you have that information to share for
yes.
go for it, go for it.
The Salvation Army receives approximately 2.3 billion in private donations
Okay.
annually. This funding is a significant part of their total revenue, which was reported at 4.8 billion. That's double than what they get in private donations. So like I was saying, the majority is coming from the government, and that was
Wow.
for the physical year in ending in 2023.
You,
So 75% of their money, according to the IRS, is going to a very few people. So all of these, but I mean, these are billions. These
yeah,
people at the top of the Salvation Army are making like $20 million a year, which is absurd.
that
With
is
like a
absurd.
million, with like $1 million, I could build a new apartment complex with like 300 people to live at. I could do several of them.
So frankly, we could pay the CEO a million and still be not just competitive, but frankly luxurious, and still save 19 million on that one salary that could actually go into homeless projects
Do you
or
do you
something like that.
remember the lifestyles of the rich and famous.
I do. I always
You
wanted
know,
to be on it.
it was a great show.
It really
You know,
was.
I loved watching it whenever I was a little kid.
Yes.
But one the it was probably one of the big reasons why that show got canceled was because what I forget his name.
Robin
Um,
Leach.
yes,
Yeah.
what he was doing was he had found this list of where the people at the Salvation Army
Oh
were living,
no. Really?
and he didn't tell them like what he was doing. So they went out and filmed on location at their houses. And then whenever the Salvation Army figured it out, they put a lawsuit against them.
Wow.
You know, and that's one of the reasons why the lifestyles of the rich and famous with Robin Leach got canceled.
That's crazy. You know, um, oh, what is his name? I hate having this chronic fatigue. The what is the YouTuber? Uh, what is it? Something or other birds.
Indignant Desert Birds.
Indignant Desert Birds.
Shout out to them.
Shout out to them. Wonderful human being, and they have some very informative stuff. So please check them out. But I was listening to one of their streams yesterday. They were talking about similar issues with the Catholic Charities. Now, as you know, he is a strong and devout Catholic, but he and his partner, I've never known if they're married or if they're just.
I worked for Catholic Charities before.
Oh, you do? Oh, you have.
You know, while I was in Las Vegas, and that was like a staple job that I had working for security for one of their biggest shelters in the country. Now go on.
But anyway, he was saying that there were similar issues with them, and evidently they were suing the Doge department because a lot of money came to them from the USAID. But the problem was, instead of the money going into helping the homeless or church upkeep or something like that, it was just going into the pockets of these bishops. And it's like, of course you're upset, but this wasn't what that money was supposed to be doing anyway. It was supposed to be helping Christ's
what's
church.
that mega church called? The
Osteen, Lakewood, I want to say.
Yes, Lakewood.
Yeah.
Okay, they have had for the past, I would say, 15 to 20 years. I don't know exactly whenever they got the money, but they got millions, and they have a fund which they pay into that would support homeless services.
Okay.
But they do a meal every week.
Okay.
Instead of doing anything like this. And one of the things that having all the money, if you have all the money in a bank account, they make money off of that. It's called the interest.
Yeah.
And basically they don't move that money. They haven't done anything with that large sum of money since they started paying into that fund. And people are constantly donating to that fund.
Yeah. I've dated women that were involved in charities. I've been mildly involved myself. I get that they need money to function, and I get that it can be wise to have a fairly substantial amount socked away for a rainy day. But when it just builds and builds and builds and builds, there comes a point where it's like, what are you saving that for? I mean, you know, and you have a person in your chat, Big Fish, Small Pond. Hello.
Oh
And
yeah,
welcome.
hello. That's Fishy. Hi, Fishy. Um, she we're friends on Discord, and I promised you that I was going to sing for you today. I
Oh
might
no.
still do that.
Oh no,
Um,
you have a good voice, so it would be cool if you did.
all right. What how about that? How about I be the outro? You know.
That actually sounds like a capital idea. I'm glad I thought of it.
So I'm glad somebody is in my chat.
Yeah.
Um, so and Fishy is one of these people. She examines like court hearings and things like that. She's big into these like murder cases and things like that,
Ah.
and it's very interesting. I'm not really into that, but I find it amazing that like her coverage is absolutely perfection.
Oh,
You
that's
know,
fantastic.
so if you have a chance, check out Big Fish Small Pond.
Gotcha.
On YouTube.
Feel free if
know,
you'd like to drop that link in my chat or either one, obviously. So when I mysteriously disappear because I'm irritating all the deep state people, she'll be able to investigate my murder, hopefully. Well, it sounded funny in my head. Anyway, let's. I'll get caught up on the chat here. PvP says the government makes it worse. Our Premier Elbley has made drugs legally available to addicts. Connie Cleary, hail to the panel and chat. PvP says there are slumlord hotels in Vancouver for the poor. I've seen the videos, rat-infested cockroach hellholes, broken down, no hot running water. Clue Studio says we need to bring back mental health institutions. According to Clue Studio, most homeless people are there because of mental issues. And I think we talked about how it's a smaller percentage than we think, but still, it would help, I think, if we had some place for the people with mental issues. We also, I
yeah,
think, need to get rid of the stigma. Dr. Phil
we
talked about
can't
that.
we basically the way the law is practiced in these cases is they can't, unless a judge decides to put them into a jail, a mental health jail. They are not involuntarily committed.
I got you.
And these are jails, these are prisons. But a lot of the care for the mentally ill is done outpatient in this country. We do not have these mental hospitals like we used to, and that's because of Reagan.
Yeah. And I love Reagan, but that was one of those things of what in the hell was that, Ronald?
That started whenever he was governor of California.
Gotcha.
So these people who cannot consent legally. Yes. I mean, if you have sex with a mentally ill woman, she cannot give you consent, and sometimes this is counted as rape whenever they have actually consented verbally to you. So, I mean, and I'm just bringing that as an example to this. So homeless people who are mentally ill can't really give their consent. They're not capable of making these decisions for themselves, and that's a legal thing.
Wow.
So whenever they're requiring, these mentally ill people to give their consent for this, it's kind of a catch-22. And like I told you earlier in my speech, that's just one person who was trying desperately to get somebody's attention. So he was setting fires in a nearby trash can to the corner market where his brother-in-law worked.
Mm-hmm.
And
Mm-hmm.
they had control of his social security money.
Yeah, that was
You
that
know,
was a tragic. I'm glad that you shared that story
and
because
that happens to a lot
yeah,
of mentally ill homeless people. Their families are just throwing them out in the street and keeping their benefits.
yeah, that's a
You,
shame. It's a shame.
and parents aren't keeping their children in their homes until they're not doing what they're supposed to. In some cases, I'm not going to
You
label,
know, I
you
know,
know
I know what you're saying.
that they're throwing out their children at age 18, and mostly that's because they can't keep paying for them.
Yeah.
They're renting, they're not owning their own house. And they're whenever they turn 18, their rent goes up.
Mm,
So that's also part of the problem, is that there's that if like, say my nephew comes in and he stays more than 14 nights in my house, they readjust what I need to pay in rent. And
yeah.
because
Mm,
he's not getting benefits or anything, my rent um would go up according to how much money he could make
if he did.
if he did.
Wow.
So whenever he came here, I literally had to tell him, you've got to go out and sleep in the park next door,
For one
unless
night or
it's
something. Yeah.
unless it's like a really, especially inclement weather. I can't do that. I mean, they gave me, a lot of leeway in there, and they didn't count many of those days that he did actually stay here, and he's mentally ill.
I understand.
I'm not going to get into it,
No, that's fine.
um,
I get
but
it. So.
him, and there was a reason I had to, uh, kick him out. And I'm not going to go into that.
No, no, no,
But
no.
like,
Yeah.
whenever he went to San Francisco, he lost everything.
Yeah.
That all the stuff that he had to survive on the streets, he couldn't keep up with it. And
Yeah.
then it was taken not only by other people, but the police.
Mm-hmm.
They were stealing his survival equipment.
We talked about that on
Yes.
earlier
And
stream. Yeah. Mm-hmm. That's right. That's right.
these shelters for the mentally ill, whenever they're it's decided in court that they cannot make decisions for themselves. um and also there was, about 10 years ago, there was all this that came out, that there was a lot of people that were on social security and their co-payers, and if these people don't have, a designated family member or something like that, these people are appointed by the state to receive their social security money, and they're also not paying that to the homeless person or paying it towards housing.
Wow.
And that is something that's actually fraud. but they're not prosecuting these people.
You're reminding me of that lady on the musical Annie, only she's more honest than that, because at least the kids had a home. It was a terrible place, but at least they had a place to sleep. I can't believe how just horrible people are sometimes. But then that's what causes a lot of these problems. It's people talk about nature being tough, but I think that we make it worse with our wicked spirit of not caring about each other. Clue Studio is talking about we were talking about the Salvation Army. It's like Susan K. Komen, the Salvation Army is a bottomless cash pit. There's so much corruption everywhere. PvP is saying, I'm starting to think government actually wants to destroy our lives when I see their policies. I wonder about that sometimes. And Trudeau and his liberal government have actively worked to take away our ability to afford food and homes, limit our freedoms like the way they treated the trucker protest and so on.
Well, I want to speak to that.
Yes, please.
Whenever we talk about the deep state, whenever we talk about these cults, like Skull and Bones, I know that this is shrouded in an air of conspiracy theory, but it's not conspiracy theory. It's not a theory. It's a fact that some of these people that are in the Skull and Bones and in other secret societies are actively
That's
working
true.
against the American people, and they not only have positions in government, let's just go, for example, George W. Bush.
Yes.
And he is a member of the Skull and Bones secret society.
Yes.
There are other people, that are, and they work in government and they work behind the scenes and they're bureaucrats and they're actually working against the welfare of the American citizen, and that's how these things, I would say in government, having had a security clearance, and looking at these things, which I can't talk about the contracts that they would give to me.
Yeah. That makes sense.
But the thing about it is that a lot of those contracts were contrary both to the law, but contrary to the interests of the American public.
Yes.
Like their framework for censorship and exclusion of people was dedicated to their ideals, and these horrible things. That's why I hardly ever accepted a government contract.
I understand.
And I wouldn't go into the alphabet agencies. They wanted me, like I told you, and this is not top secret or anything like that.
Yeah. Don't get in
But
trouble.
they wanted me to work airport security,
Okay.
and I would have been happy to have that job.
Right on.
And I'm not going to tell you the ins and outs of that job.
No.
But it's declassified what the purpose of that is.
Gotcha.
They would have me watch certain individuals.
I think we can. Yeah.
And like part of what they wanted me to do was to use my intuition, so to speak.
Got you.
To figure out whether they were a danger or things like that. They wanted me to watch specific individuals, and I was like, that's not the way you do things.
Yeah.
If I'm watching a monitor and I'm looking at people,
In general. Yeah.
my intuition is better served by just watching everybody
Yes.
than to watch one person, because that takes not doing that takes away from my ability to find other threats. You see what I mean?
I do. And lame joke incoming here. So you could have been paid to be watching Tulsi Gabbard.
Yes, and I wouldn't do that.
I know. I'm just being a jackass.
I don't go into and take jobs at corporations for corporate espionage.
No.
I don't take jobs in the government that are going to put me in a place where they attack American citizens who have committed no crime.
Exactly.
Specifically on the basis of their beliefs. That is not something that I agree with. And we know that, like the Black Panthers, like some of these other groups, the Indian, like Trump pardoned, he was a Native American, Leonard Peltier.
Oh,
he pardoned Leonard Peltier, and there's other cases like the FBI blackmailed Martin Luther King, and that is known, and those things, I, as a conscious person, would not ethically do that.
No.
Just in the same way that I would not hire an illegal immigrant.
Exactly.
Because it's not ethically supported and it's against the law. See, that's what I'm saying is that they are running counter to these things. And it seems like, and with their, like, once you get behind the veil of, and how these people are connected, and where they sit in government, you will see that they are running counterintuitive. And we have only seen it through Doge a very small amount of fraud, abuse, and waste.
Honestly,
and one of the things that we're probably not going to see, but they're going to do, is Hegseth, the Secretary of Defense, great guy, love him.
Okay.
I don't agree with everything he's ever done.
Yeah, exactly.
But like for them to audit themselves, the Defense Department will cut a lot of the military spending, because a lot of military spending is done on things that are both illegal and counter to our national interest, counter to, if the people knew about what they were doing, we would revolt in some way.
Exactly.
And really we have revolted because we elected Trump. We knew that they were going to do this.
Yeah.
We have been, the American people have been demanding transparency and audits of these companies that are essentially the government. They shouldn't have all this autonomy. They are government institutions. The buildings that they work in are government owned. They are not paid by outside contributions. They get all of their money from the government, and we should not be doing these things, but they think they can do whatever they want.
Think they can't. It's exactly right. They've come to the belief that that they can do anything and we won't look into it. We won't care about it. We're just a bunch of dumb sheep. USAID, if it really was about actual aid to people, but I'm sure, I know that people will say, well, those condoms, that really was a good thing and that was useful. Okay, fine. Maybe.
I don't think they gave out any condoms.
I don't think they did either. But even if we accept that, that's one thing out of dozens. How do you explain the rest of those things? And
Well, a lot of that was ways to. I mean, because the thing about the condoms, they were actually trying to pay local nonprofits that were not legitimate nonprofits by whatever definition.
right.
And the money from that was going to Hamas.
Yes.
And they were continuing to pay those accounts. And so I don't believe that they gave out any condoms at all.
No.
You know, and
you know.
that money was probably used to strike at Israel,
But
and put the Gazan and Palestinian people in the way. That's Hamas does not care.
yeah, they don't
They will go in, they will operate from hospitals, they will operate from apartment buildings that have just regular citizens in them. Just like the Mexican cartels. They will take over, cartels will take over favelas and projects and apartment buildings. I mean, they do this all the time in Mexico and South America.
and they started to do it here.
And they will attack from those positions because they know that other countries or their government won't put normal citizens in the line of fire.
Yeah.
And that's just awful. And that was one of the reasons why I wouldn't go in the Air Force, is because my eyesight's so good. They wanted me to plot bombs they wanted me to sight bombs, targets, in planes from 20,000 feet.
Yeah.
And like I think I've told you before,
yes,
I wasn't going to take this job, even though it's very good. There's very few people doing it. It would have been a high salary. I know that they target hospitals and schools, and there are legitimate reasons for it. However, I would never sleep again.
I understand.
It wouldn't make me feel good.
No.
And they attack the wrong places all the time. Most of the time, the intelligence is late. The people who they're attacking aren't even there. I know that. I remember watching the first Iraq war, from home, like with my dad, and watching, these feeds that they had, live.
Yeah. And we did learn quite a bit at that time.
I would have chosen to be a helicopter medic.
Yeah.
And as dangerous, because that's a really, really dangerous job.
Yeah.
And it's for two reasons. Number one, you're going into live fire 100% of the time. You've got people on the ground who are already injured. And DJ Play Nice, I didn't serve. I would have eventually been found out because I have fibromyalgia. That's a neurological problem. But they would have they sometimes they, whenever you're valuable, they will overlook certain things, but they would have eventually found out. As far as my security clearance and everything, that came because whenever I was a kid, I had to be cleared and get a military ID, and dependents of people serving in the military, or they go to military bases and stuff. Dependents can get a military ID, and that means that you're cleared in some fashion. But whenever I got older, I went through. Um, it was easier for me to get a security clearance, because I was in computer science, and they could trust me because my dad was who he was. He had a very much above top secret level of clearance, you know.
Yeah. Yeah. We've talked about that before. Your dad was an amazing man, but
Yeah, like Elon Musk obviously didn't serve in our military,
right.
but he made rockets for the United States government. And a lot of that is the reason why some people are a little misinformed that Elon Musk isn't properly vetted. But there is no vetting higher than what the State Department, the executive branch, does whenever
Hmm.
it investigates. And it is an investigation. They talk to your family. They look at your job history. They look at your criminal history, everything, you know, and they really do an investigation on you whenever they do this. They look at everything that the government has on you, puts it all into one file, and then investigates every single person that about you.
Hmm.
And that's what a lot of people don't understand. Elon Musk is properly vetted. Elon Musk doesn't have any contracts being considered at this time. So there really isn't any conflict of interest. And it's great that Elon Musk isn't mad about it. That
Yeah.
he's willing to do this, to be head of Doge and not be paid anything. I am really grateful for that. But that's a different
Yeah. No.
that's a
Yeah.
different
Yeah.
subject. You know.
Totally. But I do get what you're saying on that, and that is. I'd love to have a panel of several people one of these days just talking about him. But
So Curtis, I interrupted you talking with chat. So
oh, that's okay. That's okay.
let's
Um,
go ahead.
Okay, so in the chat, let's see. Our PvP, our federal government has sunk to levels of self-serving corruption that's very disturbing. There should be oversight of budgets. Our federal debt has doubled, and this is Canada's, not ours, but still, this is alarming. Our federal debt has doubled in 9 years under Trudeau. Um, PvP agrees it was the government that closed the mental health facilities. They should be reopened. Some people need 24-hour care. Uh, PvP had a friend who did house painting in the summer. He had a job to paint at Riverview Hospital. He was unloading his paint cans, turned around to witness a woman drinking a can of his paint. Um, there's people so detached from reality, they need 24/7 care. The
And that's
government,
true.
yeah, the government closed Riverview in 2012 after it had cared for folks for 99 years. Trudeau and his liberal bunches are globalists, cozy with the World Economic Forum. I know you're at least a little bit familiar with them. He was one of those, what do they call them? They're basically people who were trained by the WEF and groomed for high mucky muck
I
positions.
will I will say this, that fear and uncertainty drives markets. Like
Yes.
like people are more likely to spend money. And it's not just a case of like, the obvious things like bullets and things. People will spend more money if they're afraid, if they're paranoid, if they're in a circumstance, and like whenever you're homeless, um you know the people spend a lot more money. Let's just talk about food.
Yes.
To go out to eat or something, that's taxed. If you're homeless, you don't have a place to cook or store food. Imagine, Curtis, that if you were homeless and you were going out, you were having to buy food every day, and where you would cook it, you would have to buy pre-prepared meals, and
Yes.
they cost more because a person has to make them instead of you.
Mm-hmm.
And all this makes logical sense to me because I've lived it. But
Exactly.
they don't, and I it's, probably not all malice. Some of it is just ineptitude,
Yeah.
a dismissal, that they do this out of, and not just malice. But that drives a lot of this, financial insecurity and things like that, and homelessness, blah blah blah. Is because it's like here in San Jose, California. Um, they have five. They have a panel of five homeless institutions, like the Salvation Army, Saint Vincent de Paul, um, and then Catholic Charities and whatnot, MSI, um, and they have approval on any new project for the homeless. And so they act together to keep any new homeless nonprofits out.
Oh, wow.
Not just that, but let me ask you a question. Does affordable housing or luxury housing make more money?
Uh, Good question. I feel I should know, but I don't.
The obvious answer is luxury housing
Yeah.
makes more money. So we had a problem with not only new shelter beds because there haven't been any, but also housing contract people that were building housing, landlords that were getting into real estate and things like that. They were not going in the direction of affordable housing.
Yeah. Yeah. Well,
You
no,
know,
that makes sense. That
and we
does.
have we have high rise buildings right now because and I won't necessarily just blame it on Google, but this is part of the symptoms and not the disease sort of
Yes.
thing, is that Google um, was going to buy some properties, and they were going to put in certain housings for their new employees that were going to be put in here in the Silicon Valley, and that raised the rent for most people,
Mm-hmm.
and
Yeah.
that's been happening, and now they pulled out, so they have all these empty new luxury housing, and they don't have any homeless or affordable housing,
Yeah.
for the common worker. San Francisco was telling people that they should live in the East Bay, where housing prices were cheaper, and then come in, like if they worked for McDonald's, if they worked in any of these, janitorial things like that, they were literally telling people, we don't want you living here
Mm,
because we make money off real estate.
yeah. Yeah.
And that's a very cruel thing to do.
I've often, all these success books, so many of them talk about different forms of investment, and many of them talk about real estate and what a good deal it is and how you can get wealthy. But I always kind of had in the back of my mind, I mean, there's several things that have kept me from doing it, but one of them was it seems like I know that there are honest and ethical real estate people. There are, but it seems like too many seem to be quite willing to just oppress people. And
It's
I'm not
not it's not necessarily like they're intending to
right.
oppress people. It's they're dismissive.
Yes. Yes.
They're exclusionary. You
Yes.
know, and it's not intentional. It doesn't come up in their mind that they're directly responsible for. I mean, because they're blaming homeless people in our area, in the Bay Area, because people don't want to move in to these luxury complexes because there's so many homeless people. That's literally like what they're saying. They're saying, well, we have so much of a homeless criminal population that rich people don't want to move here. And it's that kind of thinking. Like they don't want, like, certain neighborhoods, homeowners associations, they
Hmm.
rally aggressively against affordable housing.
Yeah. Yeah. We don't want that near our homes. It'll drop the
And then
value.
whenever you give people like Section 8 housing vouchers, apartments are not taking them because
Yeah.
they don't want homeless people.
Well, they think that they're going to trash the apartment. So
Well, I mean, there's a certain amount of truth to that.
there
But
is, I
but
know.
it's not in all cases. Like I'm an exceptional. I take care of my apartment
Exactly.
like it was a gold bill or
Well,
something.
it's your home,
You know,
I mean, it just
um,
makes sense to do that. So,
but
look,
like we were saying, some people, they just have, like, mental illness, or they're, drug addicted, and they can't, you know do these things themselves,
yeah,
and but that still is not the majority. That
no,
is not the majority. And they are blanket labeling people,
yeah,
you know and that's what I have continuously, um, tried to get across, is that the numbers don't lie. you
right.
know
No, they don't.
um whenever you actually take an accounting, and I would never oppress myself with an accounting job. um
I
but
understand.
but like researching into the numbers and researching these Section 8 vouchers, I have found that most of these people get off of their Section 8 housing. Whenever they get into a house, they're able to get a job, they're able to pay their own rent, and they eventually pay taxes and pay that back.
Exactly.
And people do not get this. Their skull is thick,
Yes.
So let's continue with the chat.
Yeah, I want to say hello to DJ Play Nice. He's been here for a bit, thanking me for hosting, and he was asking what capacity you served. You'd answered that question, though, and neither one of us served. I also thought hardcore about joining the military when I was young, but I did not, and I'm kind of glad now that I didn't.
Yeah, I'm glad now. Whenever I was available to, I didn't go to Iraq.
I
or
respect those
Afghanistan.
that did. Don't even
Yeah,
get me wrong.
don't get me wrong.
Yeah,
Anyone that is able to, and whenever you become a soldier, you give up your autonomy.
You do.
And you serve the country, and anyone that's willing to put their self, even if they don't agree, even if we do not agree with what the military does, we should be proud of the soldiers anyway.
Yes.
Yes. It's like it's I mean, I hate this is kind of a bad example. Like a lot of people, in Germany were joining the ranks of the military so that they could have a job.
Yeah.
And they were doing what they were told, because if they didn't, they would either kill them or defame them in such a way that it would be impossible. So they were kind of stuck doing what they did, knowing what they know, because you would literally be shot if you do it, if you spoke about it.
Yeah.
So we have to give respect to the people that serve, because of that's a condition of going into the military.
Yeah.
And they serve for us, but at the leadership of the military. They serve for us, for the American people. That's why they do that. And they have no choice. They have no autonomy in picking their assignments.
No, exactly.
You can get away with turning down like 2 jobs in the military. Like whenever you sign up, you can say, well, I'm not going to do this, and I'm not going to do that. But the 3rd job you just have to
take. Gotcha. Well, I'm glad there's at least some little bit of choice, but that was also one of the things that worried me was, anyway, that's not the topic. I'll let that go. PvP is saying there were videos by IDF troops in South Lebanon showed Hamas tunnels within 1,000 feet of UN watchtowers. The UN is so corrupt it should be shut down. And I'm sorry, I freaking agree. I know a lot of people think that Trump was foolish to take us out of the WHO, but I absolutely agree with that decision. I think they're just a bunch of corrupt people who want to take away not just our sovereignty, but the sovereignty of every country in the world.
The Israel situation, versus the Palestinians is a very complex subject.
It is, and Moira covers it really well.
We on one hand, we shouldn't be trying to displace the Palestinians.
Yes.
On the other hand, there is this consensus that they have a biblical sort of right to that land, the Israelites, you
Mhm.
know. And I'm like I said, I'm racially, you know, Jewish. You know, my
Gotcha.
mom and my grandmother, you know, they were birthed from a Jew, you know, or you know, my great I excuse me, that came over from Germany to escape with her husband, which was a German general.
Gotcha.
Now let that sink into
Isn't
your
that's
head.
wild?
You know,
That's
if
wild.
they, I mean, and the reason why he was a general in the
In the
army,
German, yeah.
in the German army, was because he had fought in the First World War, and this was an honorable
Ah,
position for him.
okay.
But he had married a Jewish woman, and they were
Okay.
hiding it kind of good. But if they had ever found out, my whole family would have been executed, not just
Yes.
put into a concentration camp. They would have lined us up in the street and shot us.
Yes. That
You
is
know,
what they did to a
and
lot of
and
people.
so
Yeah.
they got away from that and moved to Texas,
This
and
is
and
Go ahead. Go ahead. Sorry.
and sort of, you know, they were so scared they made a mobile home park with 12-foot tall fences with razor wire, and they had
Wow.
deck guns and stuff. They were completely paranoid, you know,
Wow.
that somehow that they were going to come and get them, you know.
I get it
And
though. The
right.
they the mustache man had a pretty long reach at one time, and I'm glad that he was defeated. And I also, this is one of the reasons why I resent people. Maybe I shouldn't say resent, but I get very tired of hearing people talk about Trump being the mustache man, because you can say whatever you want about him. He's not putting people in concentration camps, uh,
Except
except for
for
the illegal aliens. But I,
Guantanamo, but those accommodations that they're making for illegal immigrant criminals are a lot better, than the terrorist
yes,
facilities. You know,
yes,
it's different. It's not much better, but it is a prison. I mean, it is a prison,
yeah,
but a prison is much better than Guantanamo Bay holding.
yeah.
You know, it is.
But Guantanamo is profoundly better than Auschwitz.
Absolutely.
Just saying.
You
And
know,
if one doesn't believe that, and I know you do, but if one doesn't believe it, Viktor Frankl's Man's Search for Meaning, just read that book, and you'll know that there's nothing that Trump has done that even compares. So one, it basically minimizes what Mustache Man did and reduces the slaughter of 12 million people down to some bad tweets. Um, and also, I think it's completely disingenuous. I mean, you can legitimately criticize Trump, but it's not a legitimate claim to say, well, he's a fascist, because he's not done anything like he's done some stupid things. Don't get me wrong, but he's not done anything like what Mussolini or Mustache Man or Stalin or Mao Zedong have done. DJ Plain Ice worked in media duplication. We had many government projects. They cleared me immediately, DJ, not me, for confidential. Had an in person interview 6 months later. They upped me to secret clearance. They never did a project, and I was never vetted, DJ, again, for top secret. Still, there's some really cool crap that I got to see. And PvP
Well,
is
yeah,
saying he's the city.
they're doing a lot of things with Earths and the moon map and stuff like that to keep us from, I don't know what they're hiding, but
Yeah.
I can tell that they are.
Yeah.
They because I can analyze, like one of my things is I'm like a digital alteration expert or
Mm-hmm.
whatever they call that, because I can look and I can tell where it has been changed because it won't match the original photograph.
So, on that note, one, I didn't know that, and that's awesome. But two, I know that a lot of times when I'm talking to my liberal friends, um, one of the sources of contention with me, with them, is I'll ask them, well, what do you think about, say, the video that Tucker Carlson had about January 6th? Or what do you think about the video of all the illegal aliens crossing the border? And I'm not going to say invariably, but all too often, the answer is, well, that's all Photoshop. And then you research and you find out that,
Well, Kamala, before she started spending the billions of campaign money, um, there was a picture of her getting off an aircraft, and
Mhm.
that was digitally altered by um, by AI, and it was so shoddy. Like whenever you've got a lot of people like holding up their cell phones and recording or taking pictures,
Mhm.
all the pictures will generally be the same if you're standing behind them, and they will have an appropriate number of fingers, so you can
Mhm.
look at that picture and tell it's been altered.
Gotcha. Gotcha. Well, what about the videos of the border? Or do you think those are legit, or do you think those are photoshopped? I mean, what about the claims of our liberal friends?
I don't think I think I don't know enough
I
to have
gotcha.
seen
No, no, no.
a
That's
lot of
that's good.
still photos.
Yeah.
But I've watched enough news coverage on the subject to know that a lot of that the video isn't digitally enhanced. Like
Gotcha.
there are literally that many people um, coming across our border, and
Uh,
and most of our border between us and Mexico is it doesn't have a barrier. Um, and those immigrants, they're not all doing that voluntarily. um,
oh,
they're
yeah.
they're they're being pushed over by the cartels. They like here in wine country in California. Like one thing I noticed um, was that every year they were sending buses across to the other side of the border, picking people up, carrying them out to the vineyards, and at the end of the harvest, the immigration detention, INS back then, or recently Department of Homeland Security, were just coming at the vineyards were reporting that they were hiring illegal immigrants,
Mm,
and then whenever these immigrants are locked up on the bus, that's whenever they pay them. So they're not just paying them a little amount, they're forcing them to accept the pay that they're given, which is
wow.
which is much less than what they would get if they would just be able to negotiate it. you know
Wow.
and that was happening every year.
Mm-hmm.
And I confronted them sternly, and they tried to tell me that Americans wouldn't do that, and I'm like, you can't tell me that, because
Well, even
I would do
yeah,
this.
yeah, exactly, exactly.
That pisses me off whenever they take that attitude
Yeah, I've
and
never
say
liked
that
that.
Americans won't do that. Maybe Americans now won't do that in the past 20 years because they've never had to do that. They've never
Yeah.
had to wash dishes. They've never had
Mm-hmm.
to do construction cleanup. They've never
Mm-hmm.
had to do these things because they had people that would take less than minimum wage to do this.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of these companies that employ them, they don't give them even enough to get housing. So
Yeah.
they're living in these, tents. Well, not even tent cities. They're living on cardboard out in the desert or wherever, in these places where they have these big commercial farms. During the year, they used to have housing for people that would do this agriculture work, and that was one of the staples that you could count on whenever you went to work for them. Is
Right.
like you could go, out to these places in the middle of nowhere, and they would have housing for you, and they would pay for that as part of your salary. And
Okay.
it's not that exciting because they used to have these things called bunk houses,
Mm-hmm.
and
Mm-hmm.
they could do that, and people were happy to have these jobs because they didn't have anything else, and that's what people don't realize, is that Americans will do those jobs, but generation, alpha, generation Y, they won't do these jobs. They've never been exposed to them.
Yeah.
They've never had to do that, you know anyway, on with the chat.
Yes, they're still banging in here, and Charlotte Nightstar has returned. Hey, hey, woo! Welcome, welcome. PvP tries to
Hey,
analyze
Charlotte.
every situation on its own. Charlotte is awesome. Check her channel out. She makes some wonderful music, does some wonderful watch parties, interviews. Wonderful lady there. PvP loves the brave souls in the military. People saying hi and hey, have you subbed to everyone here? Uh, PvP, another thing Trudeau has destroyed. We once had a small but very world class military. He has gutted it with underfunding. Yeah, the people. I know that people make a joke about Canada, but they were bad asses in World War II. I don't know.
Very brave.
They
Well,
really
we
were.
could count. We could count on them.
Yes,
And
and I'm not
I'm not.
saying yeah,
I'm not going to talk bad about them. But
no,
the one thing, PvP, um, it- you know, we have sort of, we extend our missile defense to Canada. Canada does not have its own missile defense. Whenever we get an alert that some sort of long range missile is coming over the polar ice caps, we are mostly the first to react.
I
And
understand.
that lessens the amount of military spending, and they have got the government of Canada has gotten so used to this that they don't beef up their military, you know, and
Yeah,
that's not the fault of the Canadian people.
no, no, it's Trudeau's
I
fault.
bet, 1 out of 30 people in Canadian citizens even know that. Americans do not know that our missile defense covers Canada, and it is great because then we, the American we can extend our military defense to the pole, or close enough to it. And that's kind of why we're sort of eyeing Greenland. We want to buy Greenland,
Yeah,
and Greenland wants, or I think,
some people in
you
Greenland.
know
Yeah,
a lot. I would say a majority want to be part of us, instead of what's that country that owns Greenland?
Oh, is it Newfoundland or who does own them? Let me
No,
look that
I
up.
don't think it's
I
Newfoundland.
think you're
It's
right that it's somebody else.
Yeah, they don't want to be under their rule. Nobody knew that Greenland was actually. I mean, I
a
suppose
colony.
people in Greenland knew, but we did not know that another country had control of Greenland. You know,
Denmark.
and
Denmark is who owns it.
that was like a thing of colonialism. They always talk about colonialism, but
Hmm.
only whenever it has to do with race. You
I've
know,
noticed this, and it does seem like at least most countries have made efforts at one time or another. Uh, Not to say that that makes it right, but most countries have tried to conquer or colonize or uh, basically subject somebody to their rule. PvP, one reason I think these ceasefires are a joke, it just gives Hamas and their kind this time to gain strength to launch another
I
October
I
attack.
I promise I only have a small comment to make on that subject.
Oh, okay.
Is that Israel doesn't really pay attention to these ceasefires either.
Right.
You
Yeah.
know,
Moira
um,
covers that a lot. But go ahead.
and I'm not going to say necessarily that they're wrong, but neither Hamas nor uh, is- I forget his name. I'm not gonna.
Netanyahu.
Yeah, Netanyahu. They both ignore these things,
Hmm.
these ceasefires. So
Yeah.
implementing a ceasefire in that situation is not necessarily what we need to be doing. Right now it's what Trump plans to do is to displace or take the Palestinians out of a destroyed Gaza Strip and the very small slither of land that they have and migrate them to other countries. That's like literally, that's a simplification of his plan, but like that's what he wants to do, and I think that is a very humanitarian way to deal with the situation. you know as much as those people deserve, the Gaza, because it is literally, and it's not just Muslims that occupy
Hmm.
Gaza.
That's right.
There's
That's right.
also Jewish people. They have
Yes.
always lived together like that, and like
Yeah.
I don't I think that's it's just humanitarian to move them out of the way, you know and then we might, through this process, because there is a process to process
Yes.
all of those people, the Gazans, like into the other countries. They do a certain amount of vetting of those people. Within 9 seconds they can determine, based on the Interpol or other organizations, like we have in the United States. We have the NCIC, the Criminal Information Network.
Hmm.
They have internationals and they identify terrorists and people they're associated to. And within 9 seconds, we can get that information back on any person we run through that system.
Wow.
So, in that process, we could root out Hamas and other terrorists, and displacing them and doing that would separate them from the good people from the bad. It would separate that.
Right.
It would cool the situation. It would be like putting a broke leg into an ice bucket. you
Mm.
know
Okay.
and I think that is definitely something that we should look at. you know
And it still relates to the central topic because we all know that a lot of Palestinians have been displaced and are basically homeless.
From
So
from the whole country and displaced into this small little strip of land on the eastern side of Israel, the country
mhm.
of Israel,
Yeah,
that used to be Palestine, which
yeah,
was a mix of people, you know,
yes,
um,
and
you
still
know,
is largely or somewhat anyway.
and I knew, uh, a, whenever I was young, I knew a PLO, member,
Oh,
and
okay.
the way that he talked and stuff, I understood him, but I mean, I also understood that his philosophy was directly opposed to what I mean. They're Netanyahu and Hamas have literally the same xenophobic,
They do,
um,
don't they?
genocidal sort of
Yes.
attitude
They
towards
both
each other.
think that the only answer is to eliminate the other completely. And
And by separating them, we get away from that. You
it's
know,
it's it's something to consider. I don't know the answer myself, but I've said it before and haven't yet gotten a good answer back. Trump is at least trying to propose a solution.
something. It's
Yeah,
better. It's better than other
it's
things.
better than just two societies destroying each other.
Yeah, and it's
Uh,
it's better than allowing Gaza to just be rubble
Destroyed.
and
Yeah,
unsanitary
yeah.
conditions for these people. You
And
know,
and I guess that's my deal is I'm absolutely open to somebody criticizing his thought there, but I want to hear what is your solution, and not necessarily you. I'm not meaning to challenge you if that makes sense, but what is that person's solution for the problem if Trump's solution is so terrible? And it may be terrible, but I would love to hear someone propose something better if that's the case.
all options in this situation are terrible.
Yeah, you're not
And
wrong.
we kind of need to accept that within ourselves,
Yeah.
and we need to take a perspective of what is the least harmful.
Yes. PvP is saying about Trump that he's glad that he won and that he gets that he likes to needle Trudeau, but still, when he talks about the 51st state stuff, Trudeau gets more votes in the next election from knee jerk Canadians too dumb to know what's happening. So,
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I can see that. You know, but like it's kind of like one of those things. It's not what he says.
yeah,
It's what he means.
yeah.
And he doesn't mean we're going to literally like invade Canada
No,
and
no,
and and
absolutely
take
not.
Canada.
And even if Trump was silly enough, which I don't think he is, but even if he was silly enough to decide that we're going to invade Canada, I think there's enough Americans that would be like, bullshit, we're not invading Canada. Screw you, buddy. Uh, and maybe I'm wrong. Maybe there's enough mind numbed robots who would invade, but I think not. I don't think we would allow
The
him to
the
do that.
worst thing that could possibly come out of this argument with Canada is that we shut down our border between us
Yes,
and them,
that
and
is a bad
and
thing.
and we stop all funding, and we pull out of the mutual missile defense system that
And that would be
PvP is talking about.
Yeah, and that would be bad for both of us. It really would. I
Yeah,
think.
that's
I
not
think
good for anybody.
no.
But
No.
the um thing that we um are kind of agitated about is in the trade department, in things like jobs and things, Canada is sort of taking advantage of us in a way. And I think Trump makes it look, like we're, and especially the media. The media puts up these sound bites, but doesn't really get into like why, you know. They're simply the media is just having this knee jerk reaction to it.
Yeah.
You
Well, that's
know,
what they do anymore. There's very little reporting anymore. It's just Trump bad, Trump bad, Trump bad, Trump bad. And then you get contrarians like me that finally are like, if you're so insistent he's bad, there must be something good about him, or you wouldn't be harping about it this much. Um, PvP has shared the Wikipedia to NORAD. That's a fascinating read. I'm not going to go through it, but the commander is a General Gregory Goulot of the U.S. Air Force, but the deputy commander is Lieutenant General. I'm probably going to mispronounce this, but Blaise F. Frowley, the Royal Canadian Air
well,
Force.
we include Canada because basically, a lot
It,
of the mutual defense systems that we have are we funded in Canada, so that whenever those nuclear missiles or those long range missiles of any type, whenever they come over the pole, because that would be like, it's a shorter distance for countries like Russia to shoot off nuclear missiles, and they just go over
mm-hmm.
the pole. And so that gives us some warning, that those nuclear missiles are coming.
Yeah.
And that is to our advantage. But it you know it's it's a lot more advantageous to Canada, you know for us to have paid for this system. And they do include, Canadian missiles in,
Mm-hmm.
or Canadian military in this process, and at NORAD, which is a place that I have been.
Right on. PvP sent me a video about the conservative Pierre Polivier. I did play some of that. I really kind of wish I could have played more because I felt like he gave a really good speech, very inspiring. Uh, I would absolutely love it if he could be the prime minister. I know there's people who disagree with me, but I loved that video, PvP. That was so informative and so inspiring. It would be fantastic if that guy could be y'all's prime minister. Um, uh, PvP, Trump and Vance have called for all of the allies to increase their military spending. Finally, some might take some of the weight and responsibility off of the U.S.
Both, we shouldn't be the world police,
No, we shouldn't.
and we should not bear the brunt of military spending for free people around the world.
Right.
I mean, we can help them. They are our allies, but they need to pull their own weight. And I'm not saying that they have never pulled their own weight.
No, yeah,
I'm
exactly.
I'm just talking about the current times that we live in.
Yeah.
You
Yeah,
know,
I know Canada, England, France, a lot of these countries did some hellacious things back in the past, but it does, at least to an American, and maybe we're misinformed, but it often feels like that in the last 30 years, we've been bearing the brunt of defending everybody. Now, probably the foreign countries probably think, well, you're just a bunch of busybodies putting your noses where it doesn't belong. Uh, but
but
for America,
most of the time, the U.S. is asked to intervene.
yeah, often we are. And I don't think we mind intervening as long as there's two things. One is actually three things. One, if it's just us against the world, then why are we even bothering anymore? If it's us against the world, let's just be alone against the world, and y'all deal with your own problems.
And that's why it makes sense. You know, if you really look at it, for us to ally Russia, for the U.S. to ally Russia, this would absolutely eliminate conflicts that we have with them. They, the countries that are allied to each other, they have less disputes.
Yeah,
And they get into less problems.
I
And
had
they
so
come in and they back up each other.
exactly.
Whenever stuff hits the fan.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
Mm-hmm.
China and Russia was actually having a very, sort of aggressive sort of tug of war
Mm-hmm.
until Biden refused the Mutual Defense Pact.
Yeah.
I think Putin's head was squarely on straight whenever he decided that he should ally with a big country, and it just, whenever we refused, he just went with China.
Yeah, it was default. Who else was he going to ally with?
India. I mean, let's put that out there.
Yeah, I mean,
India is that would just be like throwing money down a hole. And I love India.
I love
But
India
it
too.
is like one of the poorest countries in the world.
And
That government hardly stands up on its own feet.
and I absolutely, I want us to be, in some sense, a lot of these alliances I don't like, but I do want good relations. And when I mean good, I mean like mutual respect, mutual trade, possibly some form of mutual defense. Although I don't want it to entangle to the point that we lead to another world war. But having said that, if I'm Putin and the choice is let's ally with India, let's ally with China, the United States has told us to get stuffed, I'm probably going to go with China. I'm just saying. I don't like it, but that's probably what I'm going to do. PvP has seen a lot of videos, really dumb haters on Trump. The legacy media here lies, as does ours. It's in our mutual interest to defend our continent. That's 100% right.
100%.
Putin has shown an interest in our north, and he has. Now, I don't. When I agree with that, with respect to you, PvP, I don't think Putin's going to invade, but he has said some things, or at least some things have been reported by the media.
Well, Putin,
said.
Putin wants to be able, and Russia,
Yes.
really, they want to expand their ability to ship goods to other parts of the world.
Yes.
And the one thing that Russia has in spades is the fact that they have this northern crossing, for supply routes.
Mm-hmm.
And basically they were beefing with China over some of that, and they were beefing with other countries. And then here we come along, both the Canada and the US, saying, because of the Red Menace sort of ideology, is that we weren't going to let them do that. And
the irony,
we literally, by maritime law, share the ocean, and the ocean should be open to all trade, regardless.
Yeah, out to international waters, wherever that demarcation is, it's supposed to be free.
So. And Russia wants to be able to defend its northern trade, and that's not that's
That's
not
not unreasonable. No,
that's not unreasonable at all.
no,
You know,
no. Um, Putin, let's see, Pierre has said he wants to increase the northern military. Older Canadians like myself are proud of our military history, as you should be. You really should be. And I know you are. PvP, even in Afghanistan, we had troops. Yeah, I know. And I don't want to act like it was just World War II. I know there's been strong Canadian presences in a lot of the conflicts that America has, for good or ill, been involved in. DJ's got to roll out. Thank you guys very much, and we're kind of hosting each other. To be fair to Darkwoods, he's streaming on his channel, so I'm actually his guest there. But people came over here, and I appreciate it. I'm just trying to be fair to you, Darkwoods.
if people in chat would just visit this live stream and maybe put a like,
Yeah,
that could help my channel out a
Exactly.
lot. You know,
Exactly. Y'all be safe, have fun, carry your guns, and rock. PvP, I remember a few years ago, Putin had a Russian flag put on a rock up north. That's another thing. People don't think about it, but Putin has a sense of humor.
yeah,
It's kind of a dark one, but he does have a sense of humor.
Well, it's you know, let me remind y'all of something. You know, Putin was accused of, you know, the death of the supermodel.
Yes.
And
Yes.
she was found in a luggage bag.
Mhm.
You know, and I made fun of it, because if it was Putin, he would have put her into like an Armani or a Gucci bag.
Oh God.
You know, you know.
That's so wrong.
But
That's so wrong.
yeah.
Why does it feel so right? Oh gosh. The Northwest Passage is in Canadian waters. We should control it. And rock on DJ. So, well, is there one more thing we want to talk about as far as homelessness or any other topics? Or
is that the end of chat?
that's the end of chat.
Wow.
We finally got there. But we also covered a lot of ground. So I think, I mean, I feel like I'm not saying we have to end it now, but if you did want to, I would be okay with that. But if you have more to say,
I want to kind of
Yes,
you know,
sir.
touch on that northern passage thing.
Please.
Canada is very close to Russia. Like I've said before. Anybody who can look at a globe, you know, if you turn the globe up at where you're looking at, you know, the North Pole, right? The Canadian territory on one side of the frozen water, which is not landmass, which is the North Pole. You know, you have sort of two sides to this. So, but you know, shouldn't we share the Northern Passage, or does the idea the idea that we would share it with Russia, which I don't, you know, I don't think we necessarily have any ideological differences, except those that prejudice has given us, you know.
I think it's ironic that we still think of them as a communist menace, and then we're turning communist ourselves.
Kind
Just
of,
putting that out
but
there.
there still is a communist country, and we, that's China.
That's China. Yeah, correct. Correct. Look at how ginormous Russia
And
is.
if we would just be nicer to Russia, Russia doesn't necessarily want to be communist, but
No.
if we keep treating them like they are, and saying that they're antithetical, to our existence still, which is
Mm-hmm.
not true.
Mm-hmm.
um you know we're going to drive them that way. The whenever China and Russia, entered into a mutual defense pact, it deeply disturbed me, because at that time I already knew that Russia had offered that to us.
Mm-hmm.
It deeply disturbed me, because that mutual defense pact has a very, very deep meaning. If
Yes.
it would have pivoted if we um allied ourselves with Russia, and they would have we would be we could look at China as the threat that it is. I mean,
Yeah.
they wake up every morning, they do exercises, and they are anti-capitalism, they are anti-democracy. They are very, very much, ideologically our enemy.
Yes.
Their
Correct.
existence is is damaging to freedom and democracy all over the face of the planet. I can't say that about Russia. They're a democratic federation. They have an assembly like Congress. They have a constitution. They literally took our example and made it theirs. So we should not be so antagonistic at all to them. you
Um,
know
and Space Fraggle, I don't know. I didn't see any comment. So if you did get censored, it was by YouTube. I can promise it wasn't by me.
yeah,
Uh,
I didn't do it.
right on. Space Fraggle stands with Canada, free Canucks, and then PvP says thanks and hello. And have I said hello to Space Fraggle today? I can't remember. If I haven't, Kaplaw, hail to you, glory to you in your house. Thank you for
Glory
being
to
here.
you and your house.
PvP says he doesn't think average Russians feel free, so he at least disagrees with you. I don't. I'm probably between the two of you on that one, because the little bit I know about Russians, it seems to me like they feel freer than our media says, but I also feel like they aren't as free as I think they would like to be.
And we aren't either. Our citizens here in the United States, feel very much oppressed by the government. I would say that's like a universal thing here in America, that we do not see the Bill of Rights being enforced in the
Yeah,
United States.
not anymore.
We, instead of the government doing that for us instead of the police making sure that they enforce that document above all other laws.
Yeah.
We are oppressing our own people, in many ways, because police officers, whenever I have my camera, they are telling me to turn off my camera. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
and that's not legal. That's like a violation of the Thomas Bain Act here in California. You know,
This is
that's the First Amendment. And they have to be told, and they and around government buildings and private companies and stuff. Whenever you're in public and you're like walking down the street and you're filming landscapes or whatever, you're in public. You're allowed to do that. You know, um, but they oppress people of their rights that they have, and they do not care. They are backing this up. The Russia doesn't really have a secret police anymore. Talking to PvP's comment, they don't.
I know that, and not to challenge you here, but I know that at least the media tells us that they do.
Well, I'll tell you one thing that is for sure. China had
Yes.
police stations in the United States, and I showed that to you.
Yes.
They only closed a couple of them, but they probably still have they probably still had, because most of the Chinese citizens that live and work here in the United States, and there are a great many, and I'm not mad at them.
No.
But most of them are here in California. And for China to not have Chinese police stations to quote unquote monitor their citizens in the United States, to not have them in California, that's just unthinkable to me. I can't prove it because they don't like say Chinese police station. They don't wear Chinese police uniforms. They kind of hide that. They're kind of a little undercover.
Well, I know Dr. Phil and several other people have talked about how the Chinese own a substantial amount of property surrounding certain not entirely surrounding, but very near to military bases, and basically strategically they virtually are surrounding these bases. And to me, that's very problematic. And I'm sure I've talked to a liberal friend once about that, and they were like, "Well, they'd only have a little less than 1% of all the land." I don't care. It's strategically placed. It worries me.
Well, again, to go back up to don't
Which
forget Putin was in the KGB.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. That's the KGB was like the CIA, and not just they were not just like the CIA. They are also like the FBI. They're a government organization within, or were a government organization in Russia that had a vast number of purposes. And they had a little during the Cold War, like during the 80s and the 70s and the 60s and the 50s. They literally had a different sort of attitude.
Mm-hmm.
But Putin was not in the KGB during most of the Cold War. Putin is
I'm listening.
in order to understand Putin and how he got to be president. Yes, PvP, the KGB could send you to a gulag, but
Yes.
like in Siberia, that's a totally true statement. But they 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 have changed,
I think
and the more that we recognize them, because like I could alienate you, PvP, and make you into my enemy. It and that happens in like that's like, we can do that to other people. We can hate. We have the capacity to hate people and hold things against them that have no meaning at this time. This issue is not just with race. It's not just with ideological or systems of government. That's across the table. And Putin is full of himself.
mhm.
Talking to he was PvP's down there saying Putin is a self-aggrandizing asshole and he has a big ego.
Yes.
And you're right, the war has to end. And I'm not sure that I don't think that what most people perceive as the reason for Putin or Russia to invade Ukraine is the same as what people think. We're listening to people that don't know what's going on or don't care what's going on in Russia. We
Exactly.
are not infiltrating, at least the US government is not infiltrating Russia anymore. And we're not able to infiltrate China. So we
Yeah.
don't have that line of information, you know. We don't have that in North Vietnam. We don't have that in North Korea. We're so ethnically different that we are incompatible with most of those South Asian countries to put operatives in. And we don't put operatives in the government in Russia. And that's because we're not really in a cold war with Russia. We're not in a war. We're not uh you know enemies anymore. And I think for anybody to state that has to be very brave, because that's counter to what everybody thinks, what everybody's been programmed. And a lot of the reason that is because NATO has to have Russia specifically as their to get money. They are an organization that exists outside of government. They're like, in Interpol, and I know Interpol is like based in I think
Is it
The
Geneva?
Hague or whatever.
Yeah. Yeah,
And
that's
they
right.
have
That's
their
right.
biases and everything, just like anybody else.
Yeah.
But they, or Switzerland, you know, um, but we're not um, enemies with Russia. And enemies and people who are not enemies, you know, maybe not should be allies, but we should we our two things that we are most proud of in the United States and probably in Canada as well, because I'm speaking specifically to you, PPP. is that we hold our ideals of democracy and pluralism and these things that we can agree to like disagree. These are very high ideals. Capitalism, the ability for people to be able to make money, and Russia wants to do that. It's Putin does not want to be a dictator. He doesn't want to rule a socialist government. That's not um that's not what he wants. But I'm afraid that we are going to miss an opportunity here to end a lot of violence in the world, and the necessity for military buildup that are outside of us getting into necessary wars. Putin wants trade. Putin wants to build his country up by selling their goods. They have a lot to offer, and right now we're all thumbing our nose at them. And I think what politicians and stuff don't realize is that Russia is supplying most of Europe with things like natural gas and oil and steel and things like that, and they're alienating their allies. How PvP, how you feel. Trump is alienating Canada. We are doing that to Russia. And we have been doing that unnecessarily since 1994.
Yeah, it does seem like we have been, and I feel terrible about it because I had so many hopes in the 90s that things might turn around, that Russia might become like truly democratic or truly Republican, which I know you say that they are, they feel that they are.
They don't
But
have an electoral college.
yeah, they don't.
He has to get the popular vote to stay in office, regardless.
Right. And I know
You know.
that is a discussion too, whether the electoral college is a good idea or not. But the long and the short is, even if you feel like there's still an oppressive government, that he's a dictator, I would say that compared to what they had been in the past,
We could guide them.
we could. We could.
We could, and that's kind of what the people wanted. I mean, they don't want the people in Russia. Don't want to go back.
No.
They
Well,
want to go forward.
I've been reading, I've been listening to you. Don't get me wrong, but I've also been kind of half reading this Wikipedia article. Man, his family suffered horribly. Now, of course, it wasn't all Stalin. A lot of it was from World War II, but they suffered horribly under the communist regime. So
And that's one of the reasons why I don't hate Putin. I don't
yeah,
I don't look at him as a KGB agent. I don't look at him as like a dictator. Because inside that man is a love for his country and his
yes,
people that the Soviet rulers didn't have.
that's exactly true.
Now we can start a debate on whether the monarchy that was before the communist regime was any
Right.
better. but this is better. What they have now is better what they had in either of those times.
Exactly.
And I think people need to understand why communism took hold in Russia. If they especially if they don't agree with communism.
Yeah.
They need to understand that, because that's an important thing to realize, is that they went to a far extreme from the monarchy, which they people overlook that whenever
Mhm.
they talk about how Russia became communist and was like brutalizing its people. It was a change from the czars of Russia,
Mhm.
which had totally almost destroyed them. You know, people rose up. They did not know that they were going to get in this situation with Stalin.
Yeah.
So Lenin.
Lenin was the
Let's go
hero.
back to Lenin.
Yeah.
Lenin was paid to come out, and he during, I think it was World War I. Excuse me,
Yeah.
but it was during this time where Lenin actually he had been exiled,
Yes.
and he had to come through Europe to go into Russia.
Mhm.
And though that was very expensive, and he was given visas to travel to do what he was going to do, because the elite wanted to um, to sort of bash down, because what the people in Russia had done was they killed the royal family,
Mhm.
which is I mean, we can look at them genetically. They were yeah, I like John Lennon too. But we were, um, the czars were kin to all of the monarchy of Europe,
Yes.
and that could explain why Lenin was able to do what he did, and where he got his money from, and where he got the honor guard that protected him whenever he got there. Because the elites did not like that the people rose up and murdered the Tsar family.
Oh yeah. They were
The
terrified.
Bolsheviks did that, but I mean, I don't think that the people really agreed with that. But in a country that's destabilized like that, the U.S. is always talking about. Yes, remember Rome fell whenever it didn't serve its citizens. That's the
Yes.
same thing that happened in Russia whenever they
Mhm.
went from imperialism to communism. And that was not instant. It didn't instantly happen that way. They were still trying to figure out what they were going to do, before Lenin came over. And so they got Lenin out of the gulag in Siberia, which is a part of Russia.
Mhm. It
And
is.
he came down through Europe and gathered, basically donations and money and visas and passports to go and do this. And
Yes.
the royal families, the monarchies of all these countries knew exactly what he was going to do.
Do you think so?
I wouldn't. There
Wouldn't be
is there
surprised
is there
anyway.
is no doubt.
Hmm.
That's what I would say. There is no doubt. You know, um, because I made an in-depth study of all of this stuff.
Right.
I am, don't hate me, but I really
No.
enjoy, the idea of collectives and cooperatives and communes and things like that. And the one thing about that is that they don't necessarily have to be under a communist regime. In
Well,
fact, we
exactly.
have we have a lot of, Mrs. Baird's Bread was a
Mm-hmm.
family cooperative,
Mm-hmm.
and then they sold stock in their company. There are a lot of there's a I won't mention them because they don't want it to be mentioned. But there is a permaculture farming collective that is worth millions of dollars, and they're just like a small little commune. And if I told you the name of the company that their products come from, you would recognize them,
Right.
if and especially if you know what permaculture is.
I feel
But like those things don't have to exist in a vacuum. People here in the United States, it's legal to have those kinds of business entities, as we would call them. Whenever people get together and they make money, they can totally, whenever the people that worked on Walmart went on strike and they eliminated most of their labor force,
mm-hmm.
the Walmart union I approached, and I was like, well, I figured out how much money it would cost to have a worker owned cooperative that was the size and had the distribution of Walmart to
Wow.
compete with them, and how much their salary would, and basically what we would call as stocks in a normal corporation, how much more money would be put into their pockets, and how much better the jobs that they have. But
They couldn't
they
understand it.
they couldn't understand that, and Walmart didn't like it at all.
Of course
they
not.
they they whenever I asked them questions, they were um
There.
they were happy to give me the information, but they did not like the idea that I was coming from. And I don't really have a problem with Sam Walton or his family. Walmart, I still go to Walmart. There's a lot of things that I don't like about Walmart,
Yes.
but like it's an American institution,
It
you know,
is not wrong.
and for better or worse, they're not as bad as Timu, you know,
You're right about that.
you know.
Will concede that point to you. Absolutely will.
Oh, okay. PvP. What are we?
So
Another.
he started after the Rome comment. Do you guys think the West could fall in the next 20 years? I used to be afraid of that. For probably the last 15 years, I've been afraid of that.
You know what really haunted me. And I told Curtis this. What really haunted me last year, before the election results came in and we elected Trump, was that we were going to be in nuclear war with Russia.
I was
And
afraid of that too.
I couldn't go to sleep. I was literally, because you can't hardly defend them, even if we shot down some of the nuclear missiles that came from Russia. you know some of them would explode, and it would only take a couple of nuclear missiles to detonate in the upper atmosphere, not actually damaging any sort of infrastructure, buildings on the ground, or like killing people. You know, those bombs detonated in the upper atmosphere could completely destroy our power grid,
Yeah.
our computers, our cars. You know, there would nothing. People would not be able to get from here to there except by bicycle or their feet.
Yeah. We'd be back in maybe not the Stone Age, but we would definitely drop back
Maybe the
hundreds.
Bronze Age.
Yeah,
You
yeah.
know,
We
um,
would drop back hundreds of years.
and this would be devastating because we have centralized our agriculture in few businesses. This is all. I was so my heart just grew like the Grinch's. You know,
Right.
whenever I saw this tractor company, um, you know, and they had this advertisement on YouTube, and they don't have control software like John Deere has, and their tractors are cheaper. I mean, this made me feel like there was some hope.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like whenever you watch Star Wars, it made me feel like there was some hope for humanity and for America and for Canada. I'm rooting for you guys.
Yeah, me too.
Just because we want to
100%.
integrate you into the United States, that doesn't mean we hate you. This is not about
obviously,
hate.
we love Canada so much, we wanted them to join our country. Walmart was great years ago, but they suck now, according to PvP, and I tend to agree with them. They put stock online and they put gates in everywhere, plus they have no bags. So
Well, do you remember Vlasic Pickles?
I do, yes.
They totally destroyed that company.
Yeah.
Because they not only dipped, and Vlasic couldn't say no because they would lose most of their distribution in the United States
Yeah,
if
that's
they
the
said no to Walmart. But as much as it costs to produce those pickles, Walmart was not paying them as much as it costs to produce them.
yeah. They're quite famous for doing stuff like that.
And whenever they moved in to my hometown of Nacogdoches, Texas, all the small businesses in downtown just couldn't turn a profit. Now it's like antique stores, and things like that. People who don't need to turn a profit every month to continue to have their store open. And most people like Curtis, do you go out and buy like antiques to put in your house?
No, I would, but I just can't. I want to move eventually into my own place. I'm renting right now, and I basically want to keep to a minimum all the stuff that I have to move. But anyway, what were you trying to make an example out of something or what?
Yeah, it decimated our local economy. Like all of that money was going out, and Nacogdoches was a thriving, college town.
Mm-hmm.
And everybody just went to Walmart instead of like going and shopping at like our stores.
Yeah.
And that was a lot of the reason why I was favorable to the policies in Arcata, where they don't let big corporations like that come in. because and the antidote that I'm telling you about Nacogdoches, that's just one.
Yeah.
That's just one community that has been decimated by Walmart. But I mean, here's the thing. You know, if you ever go to like the wilderness or to a park or something like that, you get this Buddhist thinking kind of into your head a little bit.
Mhm.
That whenever you go out and you walk in the wilderness, every time you take a step, you're killing what you step on.
Yeah.
You're killing insects, you're killing small animals, and you don't realize that you're doing. But that's just the nature of things.
Yeah.
Life feeds on life. That
Mhm.
happens. A lot of plants and animals, have like, a lot of plants and animals, like bovine, like our cows, our pigs, our domestic pigs, that we eat. They have evolved to work, and dogs and cats, especially, although they no longer really have any use, but like they used to, you know, um, uh, but they're totally dependent on us, like our normal, agricultural pigs. They wouldn't last in the elements, or they're just not adapted anymore to that.
Exactly.
Our cats and dogs have a very hard time. Like, I mean, cats, you see all these cats everywhere, but their death rate is actually extremely high. And with dogs, mostly, you know, um, like I was telling somebody the other day, that if your pet is small enough for a bird to pick them up and take them off, and I'm referring to like dachshunds and chihuahuas and stuff like that.
Mhm.
If a bird, and I've seen some vultures and stuff like that, and they're really big, and there's certain animals, and that, our dogs and cats, if they were ever, like, you go out to the wilderness and you will not find domestic cats. Something has eaten them, something has killed them. And it's not all the time in nature that um that animals kill just to eat.
Right.
There is definitely like um this territorial thing, and whenever I was out living in the woods, the animals would get used to me.
Mhm.
Eventually, I would kill.
Oh yeah,
Or
because you'd get hungry. Yeah.
no, they would, the aggressive animals would attack me,
Oh, gotcha.
and that's just something I would have to defend myself.
Yes.
And
Yeah.
I didn't like doing it.
I know. I
I did. That
understand.
was not something that I intended to do at all.
Yeah.
But like, that's something that happens. But whenever they get used to you, you as an individual, those animals will be different to you. They will get used to you. But if another person that they don't know comes through, they will get in a they can differentiate you, in the wilderness, and they will, it will cause a big stir, and they will communicate with each other, and so they will tell you that somebody is coming in. Like they're my early warning system.
Mm-hmm.
Is like animals. You know, whenever I'm in the wilderness, because they get used to me. Even if I'm out there just a couple of days, they will perceive me as that I am not necessarily there to harm them.
Right.
But if somebody else shows up, they don't like that.
No. Yeah.
That's their territory. But once they have accepted you, you're they don't communicate as much that you're a danger. And especially like birds. Like if you go up to a tree in your yard whenever there's a bunch of birds out there, you know if you've been sitting like on your porch or whatever and just like watching the birds, they're not talking to each other, telling each other that you're a danger. But if you go there to the tree and start yelling and shaking branches and throwing rocks at
Hmm.
them,
Right.
that's a different story.
That's right.
But if a car pulls in to your driveway, all the birds will leave.
Yeah.
That is instinct among animals.
That's
You know,
right.
and like I found a mountain lion cub, and she loved me. But the
Oh.
thing the thing that most intrigued me was that there was a family of bears that lived next to me, and um after they had sort of figured me out, they were not they didn't appear territorial to me. Like I could walk near them. I could go to the stream around them, and they would not react to me. They even come up sometimes where I was sitting and sat down by next to me. They had it that the teenage bears, after they get a certain age, where their parents would not, they would not be looking out so much for them. They would come over, and they would socialize in a way with
Right.
me, and that is something that, like, we could learn from.
Oh
Whenever
yeah.
we talk about international politics, is that we don't have to be afraid. Like we don't have the danger of World War I or World War II at this moment, and this is the
Exactly.
time that we need to aggressively be allying ourselves, because you know uh, Russia and the United States allying with each other is so much of the world. We are sort of the two biggest superpowers in the world. In China too, we have a tripolar sort of existence and world power. But if we allied with Russia, we could help turn them into the country that they want to be. And we could guide them to be more democratic and less socialist, less of these things that we are afraid of. And that you know we could do that. And I think we had an opportunity to do that, and that we have let that opportunity go.
Yeah.
And we need to stop. In this country, we have to stop being so self-centered, because the reason why there's so many homeless people is because there are literally people who don't understand economics. They don't
Mm-hmm.
understand politics. They don't understand housing, and they make decisions based on what's monetarily good for them. They are
Mm-hmm.
chasing the dollar. They are not looking out for other people. And we need to get away from that. We need to change in it to be a little more kind of uh, you know collective to and if everybody had a job, that would increase the gross domestic product, and whenever we had enough a surplus, we could sell it to other countries. And this is a thing. This is how countries gain more wealth for their people, and that should be like one of our underlying policies.
I've talked before in the past about how you need kind of a blend. I don't know exactly what you'd call it because I definitely would not say communism, but something, and I don't even like the term socialism, but basically like a mix of the collective and the capitalist individual type thing. It has to be a blend of those two, because if you go too far one way, then you end up stifling incentive, you stifle individualism. But if you go too far the other way, then you end up basically crushing people and leaving them desperate with no way out. Um, PvP is showing something about chilling last words of a man before he and his girlfriend were eaten alive by a camera, by a bear on
But
camera.
there's also a lot of videos on YouTube that you can look up that bears are very, some people raise bears, and they're, bears in captivity, that they are seen like palling around with human beings. They like us, you know um
For
per
breakfast. Sorry, go
personally,
ahead. I'm just teasing.
these
I'm
bears
listening.
in the redwoods, they were grizzly bears, and they're supposed to be, all aggressive. And it's not like that. I haven't seen grizzly bears be aggressive, or even black bears. The worst encounters with bears that I had personally were with black bears. Where they would jump on top of me, and they would jump on down like a jump up and down on me like a monkey. But they are doing that out of fear.
Yeah.
They're doing that out of fear, because they don't understand you, because we've separated ourselves from them. It like in Russia, like they had Russian dancing bears, and as cool as that whole thing is, and as dangerous as it is, to because that like if you took a bear out and you got money for the dancing bear, and you had it in chains and stuff, and somebody there's always somebody that's going to agitate the bear, and
Mm-hmm.
that's a really bad idea.
Bear baiting, really fun until somebody loses an arm.
Yeah, yeah. But bears are not malicious. You know, they're not. That's not how they are. They mostly, whenever I worked in the California Conservation Corps, whenever bears saw us on the grade, or next to the rivers, like whenever they were fishing or whatever, drinking water. They
Attention,
were
super markup shoppers.
they were not coming after us. I never had a bear whenever I was in the California Conservation Corps ever come at me. You know,
Interesting.
and that just never. They always went away. You know, that's most of the bear contacts that I've had. You know, um, but like, you should do well. Whenever people scream at wild animals, they the emotions fear and anger look the same.
Yeah,
Whenever
they
you
do.
scream
Yeah,
at
you're not
somebody out
wrong.
of anger, it looks as if you're screaming out of fear. These are not separate. Whenever I would be walking along, with the mountain lion in tow, God, I couldn't do anything about that. And I come across, these four guys who were playing frisbee golf, and I was like, dude, there's a mountain lion behind me. Don't scream. Don't do this. Don't do that. Don't do anything. Just stand still. And they were yelling at me because, and which was a bad idea, because that mountain lion is my friend.
Right.
Don't do that. um, you know, they were screaming at me that there was no mountain lion in the redwoods, and the mountain lion pushed me aside, and the first one who was yelling, he was the first one who ran. So he did two things that you should never do: run and yell.
Yeah.
You
Yeah.
just don't do that. You can't outrun them. It's not a possibility. Not even the most an Olympic runner is going to outrun a bear. It's just not going to happen. you know you're not really going to intimidate a bear. I think, whenever a people they do these things, the bear just goes, well, they don't want me to be around, they're human, I should go. They do that. They're probably cognizant of the fact that they could rip you apart.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I think. And they choose not to come at you. But, I've been licked in the face by a bear and a mountain lion. And wild animals. I've been licked in the face by coyotes that were 5 minutes earlier, attacking me. There's this thing, the Slavics in Russia. They're not that different from us. We need to be allies in some way with Russia so that we can have peace. It is like what I'm trying to say. And even
Mm-hmm.
though we don't understand Russians or Russia or their history, that's just like we don't understand bears. We don't understand mountain lions. That's like the same thing. You
Mm-hmm.
know, I see a lot of these bear attack videos, and people are doing the wrong things. Like most of the time, I see like a black bear that's like, probing at somebody that's running. They're like trying to get their attention. They think, somebody has fed that bear, which is probably an awful idea, but they're trying to get the attention of that human being, and the first thing they do is scream, and they run from them, and their instinct is to do what they do.
Oh yeah, exactly.
But like, whenever I have whenever I see a bear and they're closer to me than they should be, I
Yes.
sit down.
Yes.
You
Yeah,
know,
I've heard that.
I don't, because whenever a bear stands up, that means that they're looking for a fight.
Yes.
So whenever you are in that position, that same position that they would be, they think that that's an aggressive move.
Yes.
You know, and I have never had a bear claw me or bite me or anything else like that. And literally I just like, I will not act in any way aggressive to them.
That is wise. I I haven't been around any bears, so I don't have any experience with that. Um, Mostly my experience has been with farm animals, and they're that's not the same, but you definitely do learn kind of their language a little bit.
And if all else fails, I reach up and I will touch them.
Hmm.
I will, brush their, fur, and
Hmm.
all animals, had a mother. And that's
Yes.
why petting, whenever you pet animals, they like that because your hands literally feel like that, you know, the grooming, you know, that's a part of their grooming, and they connect with you because that's like what their mother did. Whenever they would lick them, that's one of the first things that happens with a newborn animal is that their mother licks them off, and then once she licks them off, they suckle.
Hmm.
So it's a psychology, you know and I one night I was sleeping in the woods in Mendocino. uh, I found this huge gorgeous tree, and I slept underneath it in just a sleeping bag, and in the middle of the night this bear that was huge came over and like roared in my face, and I knew that there was nothing really that I could do, you know. But I just reached up and scratched behind his ear,
Hmm.
and he got confused
I'm sure. Yeah,
and walked
that makes
walked
sense.
away. He walked away. He didn't feel the same way, and it confused him, and it was probably because he had encountered humans before and he had been treated nastily by them, you know.
Yeah, yeah. That's that's right. That's terrible. I'm glad that you were okay though.
Yeah, well, what reason does the bear have to attack me or anybody? I was laying on the ground. I was not a threat. Like, he
Yeah.
was trying to tell me that this was his hunting territory, and I hadn't been invited. He
Yes.
communicated that. But, instead of, doing freaking out, I was like, cute, it's a bear, scratch
Hmm.
behind his ear. And he was confused. I could tell that. He liked being scratched behind the ear, and all of a sudden he was having this internal dialogue, like, I'm not going to hurt this human being, but
Mm-hmm. Well, I don't know about you, but I need to get moving to eat and take care of the dog. Do you want to call it a stream, or do you have any more to say? Which you're absolutely welcome to if you want to.
um no, I would say this is a good point.
I think this was a great stream. I don't know about you, but I feel really good about all the information you've shared, all the interaction in the chat. Uh, I hope uh, I hope everyone does visit Darkwoods channel. And there's somebody who showed up on your channel just a little bit ago. Bear Jew. I hear the latter mention bear typically steals more. They tend to be less likely to take responsibility for its children and also disproportionately represented in homicide statistics. So,
Oh yeah, today I gained one subscriber.
woo! Hey, one sub at a time. I'm happy. I know you are too, but I'm happy for everyone.
I was gonna sing.
Oh
Here,
yeah,
let me sing us out.
Sing us out. Hell to the yes.
Let me find something. Yeah. Oh, that's Dan. I know Dan.
Hello, Dan. Welcome. I'm glad to see you.
Yeah. So let me pick a song. Do you have a suggestion, Curtis?
What kind of what kind of songs do you sing best?
Rock ballads?
Oh, rock ballads. Oh, do you know Bad Seamstress Blues?
No.
That's okay.
No,
That's okay.
I have a playlist of stuff that I normally dig into.
Bear Jew is recommending Black Sabbath.
Okay. You'll probably like this then.
Hell yeah.
I'm not gonna share my screen,
Okay.
but
That's okay.
So it's probably going to come out a cappella or whatever.
That's fine.
But that's okay. My voice is fairly decent.
Well, you have a great speaking voice, so even with just a little bit of training, your singing voice would be great too. So,
oh well, I haven't had any real formal training. I mean, I sung in church, and they taught us music in school and stuff, but most of it was I tried to copy, like music that I heard. I would sing along with it.
That's cool. Sometimes I like to sing, sometimes I don't.
Yeah, so
and here
the intro's starting here.
Cool beans.
Generals gathered in their masses, just like witches at black masses. Evil minds that plot destruction, sorcerers of death's construction. In the fields, the bodies burning, as the war machine keeps turning. Death and hatred to mankind, poisoning their brainwashed minds. Oh, Lord, yeah.
All right. That was awesome. I
Hold on.
love that song. Oh, there's more. Okay, sorry.
Politicians hide themselves away. They only started the war. Why should they go out to fight? They leave that world to the poor. Yeah. Time will tell on the power minds, making wars just for fun, treating people just like pawns in chess. Wait till the judgment day comes. Yeah, now in darkness, world stops turning. Ashes where the body's burning. No more war pigs have the power. Hand of God has struck the hour. Day of judgment, God is calling. On the knees, the war pigs crawling, begging mercies for their sins. Satan laughing spreads his wings. Oh Lord, yeah. All right, that's the end.
That was really good. I knew you would have a good voice, and I'm not meaning to just say this, but it actually was better than I expected it to be. So, really cool. Really cool. Well, do you have anything to promote before we call it a stream?
No, I just want to thank all your guests and mine
Thank you.
for tuning in at all. You know, that makes me feel good. You know, JP, Connie Cleary, Pleasant Valley Picker, even Canadians are welcome.
Hell yeah.
Um, you know,
We have
Space
a lot of
Fraggle.
good people.
We can agree to disagree, but kapla. Glory to your house, DJ. Play nice. Um, Charlotte, who's not here right now, but maybe you'll watch this later. Um, yeah.
So many great people. Thank you so much.
Clue Studio.
Clue Studio, thank you for showing. Moira Kitty, Jason Jones. I had him up here. Jason Jones. Sounds like a action hero, doesn't it? Jason Jones. And obviously, always Kapla to Space Fraggle. We've got
Real Wade Nation Gaming clips.
Yes. Yes.
I am subscribed. I do sometime watch your stuff.
Right on.
I like video games and especially you, Curtis, because you are helping me with my platform.
Well, I do what I can, and then I can what I do. I don't know what that was even.
A small YouTubers have to stick together.
We got to stick together, and like Orville Nation says, like PJ says on Orville Nations, we grow together. I love that philosophy. I think that's the way. I think that's how we hopefully can overcome the algorithm, which is programmed.
Oh, and Curious Contrarian, I have just seen you just now.
Oh, nice. Yes. Thank you. Curious Contrarian. And it depends on who you think is the host. we're actually hosting each other.
Yeah. I tried to do the StreamYard stream, and I didn't get very many people. So Curtis went to Dan is not just Bear Jew, but he's also Curious Contrarian.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. Well,
So if people, like in your chat would just please, I beg of you to like my stream as well.
yes, please. Please, everyone, take a visit there, like his stream, sub to his channel if you haven't, and on your side, I almost feel like horrible doing this, but I'm the tired blogger, uh, um, Dan. Um, Let me see if I'm smart enough to get my channel over there. I probably am not, but. This is here. I'll just send you my stream.
Yeah,
And
I've already put it in my chat
oh, you already see. I'm
because
so slow.
Dan asked for your channel.
Thank you.
Yeah. Um so yeah, did you want to ask me before we leave? It just crossed my mind about the occult book, Handbook of the
Oh,
Necromancer.
not yet, not yet. I've got through the introduction. I saw that Manly P. Hall was referenced, and I know I've listened. I can't really say that I've read, but I've listened to some of his audiobooks. And then now I'm looking, as we speak, I'm looking at the chapter 1 on initiation. Um, I guess I'll ask one question, and hopefully it isn't meant to be a gotcha question, but there's so much negative connotations. In other words, whenever I bring up a necromancer, people are thinking evil, they're thinking horror, they're thinking some weird death master that's raising a lich up from the grave. And maybe I'm mistaken, but I'm assuming that that's nothing like what you're talking about, at least from the introduction and the interactions I've had with you.
Well, I had to wade through that stuff to get
Right.
nuggets out of it, and
Gotcha.
I'm not gonna lie about it. I am an occultist.
Yeah. Yeah. That's
I
okay.
believe I believe somewhat in the Bible, and I believe that Jesus walked the earth and he did the things that it's talked about in the Bible. Uh, you
Right.
know,
Right.
um, I believe that necromancy is a shared sort of thing between all cultures and religions, and
Yes.
that's why you there's not really I didn't get into the biblical acknowledgments of that because it would be unfair to me to weigh it to that whenever just about every culture has some form of necromancer
Mm-hmm.
in it. And yes, I am aware of the negative connotation, but whenever the book is placed in the occult section, you know, you that's like a draw,
I
and
understand.
that's intentional.
Yeah.
Those are the people that book is aimed at, is to them. I have another book that I'm in the process of writing. It's called Expanded Perception,
Oh,
and
nice.
that's basically about what people call extrasensory perception and things like that. And it's along the same lines of the Handbook of the Necromancer, where it's not from one religious perspective,
Gotcha.
or from one source. It's not exactly verbatim what the government has researched.
Right.
It's also has to do with my own personal experience. Even though I knew people that were researching this in the government, and kind of like that's kind of what prompted me along. And like my father, he didn't discourage this sort of expanded perception thing. He never told me that that was not cool. He thoroughly believed that you could sense like other people, that
Yes.
you could read. He could tell whenever anyone was lying to him.
Oh, that's
He
fantastic.
could read people. He had used some of these, like people would say that they're gifts, but I
Right.
believe everybody has them. I believe that God made us with these, abilities, that they are just like our arms or our legs, you
Right
know,
on.
and the way that we treat the dead compounds the problem. Whenever they're not able to move on, they we both ignore them and encourage that, because like if you if you concentrate, or you're constantly calling out to that loved one or that person that you miss, you don't allow them to move on.
Interesting.
you
I've
know
seen that. I've seen that in fiction, but I haven't studied a great deal of the occult. I've got that dangerous, shallow knowledge that basically I need to be careful about opening my mouth too much.
Christians, they we do have a belief, that your Jewish people, there's the Torah and stuff like
Mm-hmm.
that.
Kabbalah.
um
Yeah.
a lot of people wouldn't know, but Dan might know. um there's a lot of stuff that deals with that, um uh sort of thing, like the until we are taken up in the rapture.
Mm-hmm.
They will be with us.
Yes.
They are with us now. But they, um let me put it to you this way: they can't sleep if they're always on our minds.
Yeah.
If we're always calling out to them, if we're always missing them, they can't fully be asleep. And that's what the Bible teaches us. And that's why we shouldn't try to control the dead. We shouldn't try to control other people with our gifts. We
Right.
should try to heal them. And that's
Yes.
what Jesus was trying to tell us. I mean, we still don't understand like some of the things, and some of those things were left out of the Bible. It's not in the New Testament, but it's part of the Apocrypha. It's
Mm-hmm.
part of learning about Jesus's life. And part of that is the fault of King James. Part of that is
Yes.
the fault of the Catholic Church. Because
Yes.
they don't understand it. Part of that is because Solomon was a necromancer. He was an occultist. There's so much spoken about him, and we don't understand. And while he may at the end of his life been down on the wrong path, that's not to say that before then he didn't have the favor of God. There's obviously,
Yeah.
God had favoritism for him and allowed him to do these things, and it was in line with both his own beliefs and what God dictated to him.
Yeah, I would, for one, would never say that Solomon was, not a man of God through most of his life. So I sure would say that. Well, if you're all right, I'm going to call it a stream.
Yeah,
And
we've been going on here for
you,
4 hours.
you did great. I'll be frank, I am wearing out, but you did great. I'm so glad we did this. I really, really am, because this came out so much better. I mean, I thought it would be good, but I feel like this was much like your singing voice. I feel like it was much better than I expected it to be. So I think that's fantastic. Thank you so much for being here, for sharing all this information. You
We
gave us
we
a
gotta
lot.
do we gotta do something like on the regular.
Well,
No, I think we should go for like small things,
yeah,
and maybe not live streams, but like videos. But we should do this
we
more often.
definitely should talk about it, because now the thing is, like, my schedule is so chaotic that the times I've tried to do regular things just ended up not working out. But I would love that. That would be
Well, like
great.
I was just saying, they could be short.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because people are not going to go back and watch a live stream that's like 2 or 4 hours long.
Well, but Joe Rogan, I mean, I'm not saying that we're Joe Rogan, but he gets people to do that all the time.
We have to build up to
We
that.
do. You're
Curtis.
correct. You're correct. You are correct. But yeah, let's call it a stream. I'm going to share like two things with you on the back, if that makes any sense, in the
Okay. Yeah.
whatchamacallit, and then I'm going to go eat.
Yeah, I didn't cook lunch either.
Oh, God bless all of you. Thank you for listening. I think this was fantastic. Great guest, great chat.
Good talk. Good
Great.
chat.
Thank you so much. Thank you guys so much. Love all of you. Have a wonderful evening.
All right. Bye-bye.